Indian doctors outside of India are taking care of 1 million people. Just think of that. And let's say they work 200 days a year, that's 200 million people's health that they take care of. Take a look at the academics. If you have 25,000 academics and they teach 1,000 students a year, you can do the math. There are millions of students we're educating throughout the world who are not of Indian origin, right? Just take a look at every one of these areas. So I think what Indiaspora is now doing is we're trying to document the impact of diaspora, right? We've been successful, but now we need to look at the impact we're making throughout the world so that we can tell the countries, the people of the countries we reside in, not we're successful, but looking at the impact that we're making on each community that we live in. So when COVID happened, for example, right? Indiaspora's mission is to be a force for good. How did this manifest itself during COVID? The Indiaspora community throughout the world raised over $15 million in 1 month, primarily to help India in wave 2, right? So that's the kind of resources that India and the diaspora can bring to bear. The other thing that has not gone unnoticed by the Indian government is the remittances that the diaspora makes to India every year. In 2022, the diaspora remitted $110 million to India. Just think of that number. That's 1/6 of India's foreign exchange reserves sent by Indians living overseas. The mix in the past used to be primarily Gulf country workers sending money back. But in the past decade, that mix has changed to Western diaspora sending money to invest in India, to buy stocks, to buy companies, to buy real estate. So even the strategic mix is changing of the diaspora's money that comes to India. So there are many, many ways the diaspora can contribute to the Indian economy and vice versa, and India can help the diaspora as it succeeds in the different countries we live in. And so that's what we're going to talk about over the next 2 days. There are many things on the agenda. Like I said, the agenda is completely online. And also today is a proud moment for both India and the diaspora. I think it's at 5:25 p.m. We're going to switch on the live streaming of Chandrayaan. We're all going to watch it live as a group. So we've got great things planned, and then after that, we're going to have A.R. Rahman with us tonight, a special guest. By the way, he's not going to sing, but he's going to come to talk about the cultural institutions of India and what plans he has for that. So he will be joining us this evening as well. So we got a terrific program, and with that, I want to welcome all of you, and we'll get started with the show. So thank you so much for being here.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Sri Kumar Nair. I'm the CEO for Indiaspora in India. And I'm delighted to introduce Harsh Shringla, who's been a great friend and a well-wisher of Indiaspora. I'm going to read out his credentials, which I'm sure that everybody knows, but still, he's the chief coordinator of India's G20 presidency, and prior to this, he was the foreign secretary of India. In a 4-decade-long foreign service career, he has been the ambassador to the United States of America, Bangladesh, and Thailand. He was the Consul General of India in Durban, South Africa, and Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam. He is also an experienced multilateral diplomat, having worked on 2 UN Security Council tenures, served in the Indian mission in the UN in New York as permanent representative to UNESCAP. Harsh, the floor is yours. Please come.
Distinguished guests, ambassadors, members of the diplomatic corps, presidents of chambers of commerce, participants, friends, namaskar and good morning. It's been about a year or more, I think, since MR, Sanjeev, Sri, and I sat down to brainstorm about how the Indian diaspora could be more closely associated with India's G20 presidency. And I'm very happy that we are hosting, or the Diaspora is today hosting this event on the G20 forum. And I'm also very happy to speak on the subject of the Indian diaspora in the light of India's G20 presidency. And this comes where 2 weeks before the most significant international event that India has ever hosted, the New Delhi Leaders Summit of the G20 next month. And I want to, of course, thank Diaspora, I think, for really thinking of bringing members of the Indian diaspora from across the world, from the United States, of course, but as MR has pointed out, from across the world to really introspect, deliberate, and discuss India's G20 presidency. Clearly, there have been there's been a fair amount of involvement from the community in this process, but the forum provides a very good opportunity to bring a lot of these discussions to one particular center, and then, of course, to see how that message can be transmitted to the rest of the G20 process. The Diaspora, of course, has been, from its very inception, dedicated to inspiring the Indian diaspora to bring about positive change by providing a platform for collaboration, community engagement, and catalyzing social transformation. They truly have lived up to their mission statement. They are, of course, a bridge between the diaspora who have to consider how they can bring to bear the benefits of their experience and expertise from their countries of nationality to their country of origin. And I think this is, MR has already pointed out a very significant instance where Diaspora has galvanized the community. And I recall April 2021, when we had the second wave of the COVID pandemic, the Delta wave, devastating wave, and we realized that we desperately needed liquid medical oxygen, concentrators, cylinders, oxygen producing equipment, and as he mentioned, I mean, it was in less than 48 hours, Diaspora had raised $1 million, and they raised a total of $15 million to relieving the pandemic's impact on India. And of course, the community was extremely responsive in that regard. In the same year, 2021, Diaspora initiated a community fundraising campaign to offer support to women in India who had lost their primary breadwinners due to COVID-19. And this also was in consonance with our program to empower women in India. It shows, these illustrations really show that despite geographical distance, the concerns of Indians abroad remain closely rooted to our timeless values. And at the Pravasi Bharatiya Divas, which was held earlier at Indore, Prime Minister Modi had said, and he addressed the diaspora when he said, wherever you live, you keep India with you. And so I applaud Diaspora for their continued dedication both to India and the diaspora. Friends, India is a nation on the move. A few days ago, on the occasion of the 77th anniversary of our independence, Prime Minister Modi spoke about the 3 Ds, India's demography, democracy, and diversity. And underlying this, of course, is the 4th D, which is development. The Triveni, which collectively possess the power to realize every aspiration of the nation. And as we march on, and as MR mentioned, in the next 25 years that we refer to as Amrit Kal, an auspicious period that will take us to our 100th anniversary, in which we have a stated objective to become, within that period, a developed country. I think the contribution of the diaspora and, of course, in India's development and progress, I think, will become even more important. And I just want to say a few words in terms of where we stand. Of course, you're all aware that today India is the fastest growing large economy in the world. But as we grow, we also want that growth and development to be inclusive, to ensure that every citizen in the country is part of that growth process and nobody is left behind. And from that context, I just want to give a few examples of the programs that the government has undertaken to reach out to every section of the community, of the population, especially the weaker sections of society. Now, the Har Ghar Jal initiative has provided clean drinking water to 150 million households in India. And this is over a period of the last 9 to 10 years. And I think this is a remarkable achievement when you think that these 150 million people had no access to drinking water, had to travel long distances to get that access. Construction of 40 million low-cost housing that provides shelter to 150 million people again. Sanitation has taken center stage in India, and the government has contributed to the creation of 110 million sanitation facilities nationwide. We also run the world's largest public health insurance scheme called Ayushman Bharat, which has touched the lives of 500 million of our citizens, which is 500 million people. And from that point of view, I think has provided a very significant healthcare cover to a very large section of our population. But a lot of this development is, of course, underpinned by technology. I think the Jan Dhan Aadhaar, which is basically, every citizen getting an identity card, which has been, I think, facilitated by having among the lowest rates of internet telephony in the world, and of course, also making sure that practically every citizen in the country has access to a bank account, banking the unbanked, with 480 million new bank accounts being opened in India. And these illustrations are only to give you a sense of the fact that today, while we are growing at a rapid rate, we have gone from being the 10th largest economy in the world when the Prime Minister visited the US last, and he mentioned this in his speech to Congress, to the 5th largest economy in the world. By 2025, we should be the 3rd largest economy. By 2030, our GDP should have touched $5 trillion. By 2025, we should be at 5 trillion, and by 2030, we should be at 10 trillion. And of course, by 2047, we're looking at a $30 trillion economy. While we continue to have those ambitions, we continue to grow, we also have to make sure that every section of our population is a part of that growth and that development. Coming to the G20, of course, many of you know that when we took over the mantle of G20 presidency from Indonesia in Bali last year, the Prime Minister said that our presidency would exemplify inclusivity, ambition, and decisive action. And as we approach the Leaders Summit, I think in many senses, over the last 9 months, we have demonstrated that we have fulfilled a good part of the Prime Minister's expectations in terms of making sure that we have hosted a presidency that is unique and unparalleled in the G20's history. And of course, the Indian diaspora has contributed, as I said, significantly to this process. While governments remain central to the G20's functioning, there are also a number of non-governmental groups, what we call the engagement groups, the Civil 20, the Think 20, the Women's 20, and of course the Business 20, which is happening now, which many of you would be participating in. There are opportunities to contribute to the G20 process through many of these engagement groups. And across the globe, individuals of Indian origin occupy and have played an active role in the G20 presidency. I know that next week, when we are hosting the meeting of chief scientists from across the G20, our friend Dr. Sethuram Panchanathan, who is heading the United States National Science Foundation, will be part of that effort. And I must say that this is a new group that India has created, the meeting of chief scientists, as we have created the Startup 20, which is a new group within the G20. We have created the Disaster Relief Reduction Group, which is also a new initiative. And for the first time, we have also hosted a G20 meeting on cybersecurity, which has never been the focus of the G20 earlier. So I think these are many of the initiatives that are there. We had World Bank President Ajay Banga at the Finance Ministers meeting, and we will undoubtedly have him at the summit where the World Bank is a permanent invitee to G20 meetings. Mauritius, under Indian origin leadership, has contributed as an invitee country to the G20 process, and of course the Prime Minister of Mauritius should also be at the G20 summit. And we are also looking forward to welcoming Rishi Sunak, Britain's first Indian origin Prime Minister, to the summit. So I think when we talk about the G20, the diaspora has already inputted into the process, is contributing to the process, and will further do so in the next weeks and of course the months to come till we finish our presidency at the end of November 2023. Friends, in my interaction with the diaspora, which I've had the opportunity to do in a number of different stations, from South Africa to Thailand and from France to the United States, I've found that the Indian diaspora, the communities abroad, epitomize the finest values of India. And that goes without saying, because you have communities that are in different parts of the world but have retained their link to Indian culture, to India's cultural heritage, but also today, as MR pointed out, are contributing in a way that may have been difficult to envisage some time ago through investments and through fostering trade and economic exchanges. The Indian-American diaspora, of course, is a very, very good example of a community that has not only made substantial contributions to its own advancement in the US in terms of professional, business, political and other involvement and engagements, but also very significantly to India's own development, its own technology-led growth through the funding, as MR pointed out, of startups, of companies that have the potential, I think, to not only succeed in India, but also internationally. And I think many of these companies are also led by immigrant founders of high-impact US-based unicorns. So I think there has been some very, very substantial involvement. A few years ago, I would say a decade or more ago, you still heard a lot of talk about brain drain. The fact that India had invested a lot in its human resource through I would say, sponsoring education, whether it's medical, it's engineering and other areas. And a lot of people, of course, left India and went abroad. And that was the concept of the brain drain. Today, that concept doesn't really exist, because you have the same people who are coming back and contributing in more than one way to India's growth, development, economy, and success. And that, I think Prime Minister Modi was one of those who understood this trend when 9 years ago, when he spoke in California, he addressed the notion of brain drain. And he said, and I'm quoting him, "Mother India is a land of many gems. It will keep cultivating intelligent minds, one after another. Did anyone think that this brain drain could turn into brain gain?" This transformation, he noted, marked a shift from brain drain to a more positive brain deposit. And today our diaspora has cultivated a linkage that brings strength and growth, fostering robust professional networks that elevate the presence of Indians in various countries. They've also significantly augmented India's workforce capabilities and mobility. Across the globe, our diaspora has laid a strong foundation for educational exchanges and research and development collaborations. Leveraging their experience and expertise, they have reinforced India's potential to serve the global community. Today, India stands as a formidable and global presence, a remarkable achievement that can be attributed in no small part to the steadfast dedication of our diaspora community. Friends, MR did mention about the Prime Minister's historic recent visit to the United States. I must say that when I was ambassador to the US, I had the first-hand view of the fact that India's relationship with the United States enjoyed strong bipartisan support when we had reception that really was hosted to welcome me when I first joined in the US at Capitol Hill. We had an unprecedented record 67 senators and congressmen who were in attendance. This remarkable turnout was an endorsement of the ties between India and the US. But what is more important is that these lawmakers were there in response to the efforts of our Indian American constituents who had journeyed from every part of the United States to be a part of that occasion. So I think it was very evident to me from the time I joined and took office in the United States that the community's role in facilitating our ties was critical, has been critical, and will continue to be critical as we go along. And of course, the Prime Minister's recent visit, as I was mentioning, has been a very key factor in further strengthening these close ties that we have. Needless to say, I think the fact that there was an agreement to manufacture advanced jet engines in India marks a significant milestone in the growing trust between our nations. A game changer was also on the initiative on critical and emerging technologies, where, as the Prime Minister emphasized, India-US ties will be instrumental the next 25 years at a global scale. And the potential of India-US tech cooperation for socio-economic growth is also immeasurable. Of course, as torchbearers of this relationship and the relationship that we enjoy with countries across the world, you as members of the diaspora will always serve as ambassadors of its timeless values. And again, I quote Prime Minister Modi when he said, "When the people of India appear to be a common factor in so many different countries of the world, then the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is all the more important, is visible," he says. And you, of course, know that our theme in the G20 is also Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, one earth, one family, one future. And these three aspects of our theme will also be the subjects of the agenda as we go along into the G20 summit. And each of them represent a certain number of sectors that are represented in the G20. So I just want to conclude by a few humble suggestions to fortify the living bridge that the diaspora represents between India and countries across the world. And these are first and foremost, mentorship and knowledge exchange should remain pivotal. Second, contributing to India's growth story through philanthropy holds enormous potential. Third, supporting India's domestic priorities and initiatives, as evidenced during the pandemic, would greatly benefit the world. Fourthly, investing in India now, as the Prime Minister highlighted, is immensely opportune. Finally, stay connected to your roots and convey the message that India is a reliable partner. Embrace every opportunity to showcase India's story of success. After all, your story is India's story, and India's achievements are yours to share. Thank you very much for having me here. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Shringla, Secretary Shringla, Chief Coordinator of the G20, Mr. Shringla. The titles that have been bestowed on you are long and numerous and all extremely well-earned. Thank you for service to country, of course, but on a personal note, if I can add, since MR and Shri and I have had the chance to interact with you and get to know you from your time as ambassador in the US and then onwards, just thank you for who you are. Thank you for being just Harsh Shringla. It's been a pleasure, working with you over these past several years. I want to take a moment to acknowledge our partners. Indiaspora believes strongly in working with the right partners, and we just think that the whole is greater than the sum of its parts. And so, like to take a moment to acknowledge CII, the Confederation of Indian Industry, the Canada-India Business Council, DASRA, GIVE, and the US-India Business Council. And for each of these partner organizations throughout the course of this event, including in this very plenary session, you will see their representatives speaking on stage. Now, I'd like to turn it over to our next panel. Our next panel is being covered by CNBC, and we thank them for being our partners in this session. It will be moderated by Parikshit Luthra, who is the Bureau Chief here in Delhi for Foreign Policy at CNBC. Before I invite Parikshit on the stage, and he will then invite, of course, his distinguished panelists, I'd like to just talk briefly about, in the spirit of India's G20 presidency and in Diaspora's global remit, we are delighted to have this opportunity to have 5 high commissioners or ambassadors or representatives, senior representatives from their embassies here with us today. We are making some new friends. Your Excellency High Commissioner Roger Gopal from Trinidad and Tobago, delighted to have you here. Minister Councillor Emily Roper from Australia, delighted to have you here as well. And there are 3 old friends who I'd like to welcome back to the stage. First of all, Atul Keshup, Ambassador Keshup, who is the global head of USIBC. Atul, like in Diaspora, you also exemplify the spirit of partnership, and it's been a pleasure working with you over these past many years in your many avatars, leading US diplomacy and now at USIBC. Also, Your Excellency High Commissioner Cameron McKay. Cam McKay is from Canada and is a good friend to many Canadians here in the audience, and you'll remember this really exemplifies you as a diplomat. I know we've had conversations about the importance of the India-Canada relationship, and from time to time there are a few sort of ups and downs, which is to be expected, but you always navigate them so elegantly. And I remember last year when Shri and I were at your residence, where, by the way, they serve excellent samosas and chai. We're at Canadian samosas. We're at your residence, and we had an in-depth discussion about the Indian diaspora in Canada and their role in bridging the 2 countries and bringing them closer together. And then last but not least, Your Excellency Ambassador Naor Gilon of Israel. Now, in Diaspora, Shri and I again met with you last year at the embassy, and we spoke so much about in Diaspora's work with Israel. In fact, our global work started in 2017 by going to Israel when Prime Minister Modi and Minister Jaishankar were in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. And since then, we've had many occasions to interact with you and your team. We've held several I2U2 dialogues, the Quad, as the informal Quad as it's known, India, Israel, United States, and UAE. We've held a couple of closed-door dialogues in Dubai and in Delhi with your deputy, Ohad, and several representatives. So thank you for being here. Just wanted to give you a flavor of Indiaspora's global work. Certainly don't want to take up too much time. Parikshit, the floor is all yours. Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Looking forward to it. That's fine. That's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us here, and what better time to speak about the contribution of the Indian diaspora. We're reaching the final lap of the G20. Mr. Shringla here has been in the thick of things. He's making time for us here today and really give us a strong insight into what the Indian diaspora is doing all over the world. So there are several critical issues that India's G20 presidency is trying to find consensus on, from debt restructuring, debt relief for the most vulnerable parts of the world, to adoption of digital public infrastructure, where India has a lot to offer to the world, climate finance, and India has been demanding greater climate finance commitments from all countries in the years to come, resilient global financial architecture, reform of multilateral development banks to prepare them for future pandemics. Ladies and gentlemen, we will have some sort of consensus document. Yes, Mr. Shringla and his team are working to ensure there is a strong communique on all issues, but there will be definitely an outcome document on all these issues. But beyond the G20, once things come to an end on the 10th of September, we will need our industry, we will need our diplomats, our diaspora to take the message forward. And as Mr. Shringla pointed out, and as other panelists have been pointing out today, the Indian diaspora is the living root bridge for India, something that we will really leverage. I was just reading an article from The Economist which said, and this was just from June 2023, the Indian diaspora today is bigger and more influential than any in history. It's a powerful resource and tool for the government. Let me introduce all our panelists today. It's a stellar panel. Let me begin by calling on stage Cameron McKay, High Commissioner of Canada to India, first. We also have Neor Gillon, Ambassador of Israel to India. Roger Gopal, High Commissioner of Trinidad and Tobago to India. Atul Kashyap, former Ambassador and President, US-India Business Council. Emily Roper, Minister Counselor, Policy Branch, Australian High Commission of India. And ladies and gentlemen, just to give some context about the Indian diaspora in these countries, if you speak about the US, 4.2 million people of Indian origin are there in the United States. If you speak about Canada, there are 1.6 million people of Indian origin, 700,000 NRIs, 3% of the population comprises of the Indian diaspora. Trinidad and Tobago, I'm sure the ambassador can give us more insights, 42% of the population comprises of the Indian diaspora. And Australia, 976,000 people of Indian origin there. Israel, 80,000. So that's quite a bit, lots to talk about. I'm not going to waste any more time. I'll get right there and let's begin this discussion. So we'll begin with the opening remarks from all our panelists. The discussion today is on the theme Global Connect, the contributions of the Indian diaspora in the context of India's G20 presidency and how the Indian diaspora can take India's message forward in the years to come. Let me begin with the Ambassador of Israel, Ambassador Gillon. Let's begin with 2-minute remarks from each of our panelists and then we'll begin the question-answer session. Also, please tune in well, listen to everything. We will open it up to questions from the audience as well. Unfortunately, we won't have time to take questions from the media, but we're open to questions from the audience. So please keep them coming. Ambassador.
I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Beyond the obvious contribution of the 80,000 strong Indian community in Israel, and one has to remember, Ambassador Shringla did not mention Israel as part of the places where he got connected to the Indian diaspora when he served as a junior officer, I believe. But in general, of course, their contribution is part of many contributions of countries, of a country of immigrants from more than 100 countries like Israel. So this is obvious, and I think this is one of the things that help us after, the push and the rush in our official diplomatic relations after they were established relatively late in '92. It came so fast and so high because we had very strong bridges, I believe. But beyond that, the thing I wanted to mention is what you are already and other organizations are doing is the cooperation between the diasporas around the world. If you look at the figures, and I believe that Ambassador Shringla also spoke a little bit about it, the biggest number of non-American Unicon founders are Indians. Second, very short after, are Israelis. And I believe that the potential between Indian and Israeli/Jewish diaspora in a few countries especially are very, very strong. Those two diasporas are very strongly connected to the motherlands, but they have their own issues. I mean, they have influence, they have power, they have sometimes business influence, money, but we have our issues, and I believe that in 4 main countries where we both have strong diasporas, the cooperation should be much stronger. It's the US, Canada, UK, and Australia. I think in those 4 places, at least we have very strong Israeli/Jewish diasporas. And I believe that the cooperation is very essential, helping each other in the places, but also working with our countries. So making it Israel, India, India, Israel, with the diaspora's support. Thank you.
Ambassador Keshav.
Thank you so much, Parikshit. Good morning to everybody. Let me start just by saying how much I appreciate MR Rangaswamy and Indiaspora for bringing us all together. MR, thank you very much. Permit me also to say what an honor it is to be here together with all of you in the loving arms of Mother India, a civilization that has spread her light and wisdom throughout the world for millennia. Friends, it's humbling to be a representative of the United States at this meeting because there are 4 million Indian Americans, and I won't bore you with all the stories of the Satya Nadellas and the Rohit Khannas and all of them. You know those stories, but I'd like to illustrate a point, if I may. In 1984, when my dad retired from the UN and we moved to Charlottesville, Virginia, there was only one other Indian family in that town. And so we were rare birds in that era. And now when you go back to my hometown, there are hundreds of Indians in Charlottesville, Virginia. When I joined the Foreign Service in 1994, I was only aware of 2 other Indian Americans in the entire Foreign Service, state, USAID, Commerce, et cetera. Sitting right there is a former Assistant Secretary of Commerce, Arun Kumar, who led the Commerce Department International Division in a certain era. Nowadays, there are hundreds of American diplomats who are of Indian origin. And in 2014, as part of this effort to build the diplomatic initiative that has now led to the Quad, a delegation of us were in Tokyo for talks. And this illustrates a point I'll make in a minute. The delegation was led by Assistant Secretary of State Nisha Biswal, and I was her Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for South Asia. And there was a fellow named Nirav Patel, who was the Deputy Assistant Secretary for East Asian and Pacific Affairs. And there was a fellow named Basant Sangera, who was on my team on the India desk. And we all, you know, Americans are very respectful of our Japanese allies and, you know, respectful of their culture. And when they say dinner starts at 7, by golly, we get there at 6:56 if we can manage it. So we walk in and, you know, we chit-chat a little bit. And this is a trilateral meeting, USA, Japan, India. We're all getting together to talk about issues of mutual interest. And we get in there, we start talking, we have a little polite conversation. About 5 minutes later, one of the protocol officers comes to me and says, hey, we're really glad you guys are here, but we're still waiting for the Americans. Now, what's the point? And then I'll pass the mic. The United States of America, as Ambassador Garcetti said so well last night, is a land of sheer unlimited potential. And I feel very grateful to be a son of America and India and to be with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Ambassador Keshav, for those wonderful remarks. High Commissioner Gopal, over to you.
Thank you very much. And I must say congratulations to the organizers for this very important conversation and conference. And I cannot say that I am a son of India because I am a great-grandson of India. Thank you. So my great-grandfather left Ayodhya around the year 1845. The relationship between Trinidad and Tobago and India actually started in that period, 1845. So we are about 178 years thereabout of having this relationship. But an important aspect of the diaspora must be understood. When we talk about the Indian diaspora, we use the word very universally, very widely. Whereas for us, the Indian diaspora is actually understood in 2 aspects. The Indian diaspora from those who went through the indented labor system from 1838 to around 1917, who left India. And by the way, it was almost 2 million Indians who left India during indentureship, which was a modified version of slavery. The experiences of this diaspora is very different from the experiences of the diaspora that left after for educational purposes, business opportunities, investments, and of course, using travel agents. So when we look at the Indian diaspora and its contribution, I think it is very important in this discussion to be able to identify the differences in this diaspora and what this diaspora means to India today and who this diaspora represent. So I'm very happy to be part of this discussion that I may give a perspective on the Indian diaspora of Suriname, Guyana, Trinidad and Tobago, and even Jamaica. That is vastly different from the dialogue that we are accustomed to having based on the diaspora of these other countries. So again, thank you once more, and my deepest appreciation for being here today.
Wonderful remarks there. High Commissioner Gopal, and you've given us a lot to think about, and we will come back to that as soon as we begin our panel discussion. High Commissioner McKay, over to you.
Great, thanks very much. Really delighted to be here. And I think many of you in the audience will know just how deep the Canada-India connection is. It's driven by the diaspora and more, but just on the diaspora, some of the latest numbers. So almost 2 million Canadians have Indian origin. That's about 5% of the Canadian population. And those numbers are growing every day. So India is the top supplier of people to Canada in every category of visa. We currently process over 15,000 visas a week for Indians who are visiting Canada in one category or another. That might be a business visa, tourist visa, student visas. 340,000 young Indians getting their education in Canada just last year. And again, those numbers growing up, and we want to see that continue. The diaspora in Canada is successful in every walk of life, from arts and culture to business and, of course, politics. Canadian cabinet ministers, the first Indo-Canadian premier of a Canadian province was Ujjal Dosanjh just not so many years ago. Business leaders like Prem Watsa, and do we have Goldie Hyder in the back of the room here somewhere, Business Council of Canada, who we in Canada think of as just another business leader from Calgary, but somehow he shows up in India and everybody knows immediately that he's from Hyderabad and is a great champion of the relationship. So it goes deeper than that. I look forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Right. Thanks so much, High Commissioner. Emily, over to you. Australia, big destination, like Canada, like the United States, for Indian students and Indian diaspora in general.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for having me here and to be among such esteemed company and with all of you here. Working as I do at the Australian High Commission here in New Delhi, I have the really great privilege of working directly to support and grow Australia's relationship with India. I've got the opportunity to bolster, to capitalise on and to really collaborate with those people-to-people links that underpin the successes of the Australia-India Comprehensive Strategic Partnership. And as Australian Prime Minister Albanese said in May during Prime Minister Modi's visit to Sydney, India is a relationship that we, Australia, really need to invest in. And last week in the media, I was really pleased to see India's External Affairs Minister Jaishankar make similar comments to some of our journalists that were published back home. And he said that Australia's ties with India were undergoing an historic sea change, and that he was very optimistic about the bilateral relationship. So I think it's probably fair to say that Australia and India are on the same page and that our relationship is at a really high point. And we've recognised the benefits to be gained from cultural links and enterprise, and our people-to-people connections that we have, particularly through our diaspora, can't be underestimated in how important they are to foster this and to grow this. Australia's Indian communities are hugely important in contributing to our society back home. They're active across all aspects of Australian life, and I'm hearing a similar story to those conveyed by our panellists here, in that we have people in business, in politics, in the judiciary, government, civil society, academia, science, the arts. I'm going to mention sport because I could not mention sport, being an Australian in India, with our fondness and partnership in cricket, of course. Our Indian community back home is our second largest. It's our fastest growing overseas born group. I want to give you some numbers as well. In our latest census, it showed that 1 million Australians, or almost 1 million Australians, have Indian origin, and of that number, about 700,000 are actually Indian born. That's huge for Australia because our entire population is 26 million. So we're looking at nearly 4% of our country having a really strong connection with India. And in May, when Prime Minister Modi visited, we saw the vibrancy of Australia's Indian community at the stadium event, the Diaspora event, where he was welcomed by Prime Minister Albanese. So through our efforts to work with and through our diaspora, Australia is clearly recognising that it's the human bridge between our two countries that binds us, but it's also a really great opportunity for things to blossom from. The diaspora is energetic, ambitious, dynamic, and influential in Australia, and forms a really integral part of our multicultural society. So I'm really pleased to be here with you today to speak about it.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So let's kick off our panel discussion. We've got lots to talk about, very little time, but let's get ahead with it. Ambassador Keshav, if I can begin with you, give us a sense, give our audience a sense of the role that the Indian diaspora has played in bringing US-India close together through the ups and downs over the last 2 decades. And you know, one critical assessment that we always get in the media, we're always excited, always proud when a member of Indian diaspora becomes a member of the Congress or becomes the Vice President of America or becomes the head of state for any country for that matter. But we're always told, to be realistic, that that person stands for that country's interest first. Having said that, how does the Indian diaspora bring the two countries together? Give us a sense.
Pariksha, thank you very much. May I, if you'll indulge me, may I tell another story?
Sure.
All right, I have this story from 2 absolutely reliable witnesses, and so I feel confident in retelling it. And it is a story that goes back to the era when candidate George W. Bush was running for President of the United States. And there was a gathering in Crawford at the ranch where all of these Republican graybeards were brought in. Dr. Rice assembled them, and they had a symposium about foreign policy, and they talked for hours and hours about many things: Middle East, Russia, China, this and that. And at the end of it all, as the story has been told to be by 2 reliable eyewitnesses, candidate Bush asked this group, he said, "What about India? None of you mentioned India." And they said, "Well, you know, India, I don't know, like, it's got potential, but we're not there yet." And he said, "Well, no, hear me out. In my state, in Texas, everywhere I go, in all these small towns all around Texas, every town has an Indian doctor who's one of the most important citizens in that town and provides a critical service in these very remote communities. And there's all these Indians that have moved to Texas and are, you know, pillars of the community. So I'd like to know more about India." Now, I tell the story because I think the Indian American community has succeeded famously, as you've mentioned, Vice President Harris, of course, being our leading member. But Indians have also worked very hard to be respectful, law-abiding citizens in the United States and to work to their full potential within a system that rewards potential. And so as this community has grown and become more influential, and as Americans have woken up to India beyond, you know, the elephants and the tigers and all that, but realized what India really is and what it represents, that community has been privileged to have a very important voice in helping steer the thinking of Americans about India. India, of course, itself, as a responsible stakeholder in world affairs, a net provider of global security and peace, a constructive member of the international community, has polished its own reputation in so many ways. And so for Indian Americans, it's a really easy pitch to talk to congressmen and senators, bureaucrats about the importance of the relationship. To your question, though, I'd like to mention that in the era of breakout possibility, and Ambassador Shringla remembers this very well, in the era of the nuclear deal, there were 2 diasporas that did incredible service to advance the US-India relationship. One was the, of course, Indian American community. The other was the American Jewish community. And so those 2 diasporas have helped propel this relationship to where it is, and they serve, I think, as guardians for ensuring that the US-India relationship can grow and thrive and become even stronger in the century to come. Thank you.
Right. Thanks so much, Ambassador Keshav. High Commissioner McKay, if I can come to you now. You told us about at least 2 million people of Indian origin there in Canada contributing to the economy. If we were to ask you about how they have contributed to Canada over the last 2 decades, what would be some of the key contributions according to you? And we also believe there are 19 parliamentarians and 3 ministers of Indian origin in the cabinet.
Well, I think India's on the agenda in Canada always. And maybe I'll just give some examples of the Canada-India business relationship, which is about more than just the diaspora, but really the diaspora is at the heart of it. And I know, by the way, the greatest champion of this, we have at the back of the room Victor Thomas, who's the head of the Canada-India Business Council, a sponsor here. So let me give a shout out to him and to the CIBC. So we now have a bilateral commercial relationship of nearing $125 billion. That's led by almost $90 billion of Canadian institutional investment into India. That's the big Canadian pension plans, CPPIB and CDPQ, et cetera, and organizations like Brookfield Asset Management, Fairfax Financial, who have collectively put $90 billion into infrastructure, into renewable energy, all across the country, manufacturing, et cetera. And one of the key investors, of course, is Prem Watsa, founder of Fairfax. He's a perfect example of just the kind of diaspora citizen we want to see. Came to Canada in the 1960s, successful in the insurance business, then had enough capital that he created a capital investment company. He's now put $7 billion into India. Last year, at the Indiaspora forum just here, he said that he was likely to double his investment over the next 5 years. And I'm hearing just the same thing from the Canadian pension plans and Brookfield as well. So it's that kind of leadership that can take the Canada-India commercial relationship forward, and that's led by the diaspora.
Right. Thank you so much, High Commissioner McKay, for those remarks. Emily, if I can get you in at this stage. Yes, we're discussing the contribution of the diaspora to the Australian economy, the cultural exchanges between the two countries. But today in the world, and especially after the pandemic, everyone is looking for a trusted supply chain partner. India is also rising, and the image of India is coming across as a country which can be a trusted partner in the world. India and Australia have signed a FTA very, very recently. Our trade will only go up. Give us a sense of the opportunities this is bringing to the Indian diaspora, and to what extent has the Indian diaspora contributed to our economic relations to where they are today?
Thank you so much, and absolutely I want to recognise the importance of the trade relationship between Australia and India. We were really pleased to enter into our ECTA, our Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement, in December last year, and we're working very dedicatedly towards the further iteration of that, which we hope to conclude this year. More broadly, I think it can't be underestimated how important the diaspora has been to fostering those economic connections between Australia and India. Back home, we did some research. The Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade produced a report called Australia's Indian Diaspora, a National Asset, which really highlights how Indian Australian groups are uniquely placed to contribute across sectors of significance in our relationship with India. And it's really helped us better understand exactly those contributions. And it found that the Indian diaspora is a really rich source of dynamism and enterprise. It's really well represented across the business community, including in key sectors like bilateral economic relationship like health, like tourism, ICT, resources, and sectors with really strong export potential. And as our ties with India continue to gain ground, the diaspora is really, those networks have really demonstrated their readiness to contribute further with their expertise and entrepreneurialism to the economic relationship. They have the connections, they have the language skills, and they have that know-how that's really relevant to understanding India's complex markets, as well as influencing Australia's perception within them. So, in short, we're really lucky to have nearly 4% of our population really boosting our trade relationship.
Right. Thanks, Emily, for putting the India-Australia partnership in the context of the Indian diaspora for us. Ambassador Gillon, if I were to ask you, 85,000, you corrected me earlier that there are 85,000 people of Indian origin in Israel. One thing is very clear from the panel is that when it comes to the Indian diaspora, these are people that we would always consider as our friends. We can rely on them for advice to put our word forward in a friendly, in a gentle manner to their host countries. But when it comes to the G20, and right now it is the final lap, when we need consensus, when we need countries on board, if we need to solve the biggest problems of our time, what role can a diaspora play, can the Indian diaspora play in convincing their host countries about India's agenda?
Well, as you said, it's about 1% of the population of Israel is of Indian origin. I think that the secret of our very intimate relations are the people-to-people part. I mean, that's the strong basis. I've been a diplomat in quite many countries. I've seen quite big pockets, strong pockets of support to Israel, but the wide support that you see here in India is very unique, I believe. And the Indians, the Indian diaspora in Israel, immigrated to Israel relatively early when Israel was established. And the Indian culture was part and parcel of the Israeli culture, be it Bollywood films that on our only one channel of TV were broadcast quite often, be it Indian food. Now Rina Pushkarna, the lady who brought Indian food to Israel in the 70s, was awarded by the president the highest award. So I think this is the very strong link that enables our two countries really to work together. And since Atul lured me into stories, I will tell you that it's a copy-paste of the stories I heard in the US when I was serving from the Jewish community. The first one in 2004 was the first, I believe, Holocaust memorial after the UN passed a resolution. In January, it was the Holocaust Memorial in the State Department. And then Mark Grossman, the highest serving Jew, he was the Undersecretary of Political Affairs, #3. And he said that in the 70s, when he came to the State Department, his parents told him, when he told them, I'm going to the State Department, they said to him, but people like us are not wanted there. So that was the sentiment. But when I was in the year 2000, it was stormed with Jewish diplomats. So it was really, I mean, huge numbers. And another funny story, one of my friends who was on the negotiating team with the Palestinians, secret negotiations before we had the formal ones, early 90s, told me that the negotiation teams came to Switzerland to a very secret location. And when the Israeli delegation came, this place that didn't see too many Jews in life probably, told them, it's okay, we prepared for you kosher food. We don't have to say that most of the Israeli delegation was eating any kind of food, kosher also. But they asked him, how did you know? He said, the American delegation arrived last night and they all asked for kosher food. This is the same story.
Thank you so much for those very interesting stories there, Ambassador Gillon. I would just also like to refer to what Ambassador Eric Garcetti of the US had said here at this very forum. He said that Joe Biden told him before taking over, before he went to India as ambassador, that India is the most important country in the world. And I guess that really sums up the importance of the Indian diaspora as well in the world today. Without wasting more time, High Commissioner Gopal, if I can come to you, as a member of the Indian diaspora, and we're very proud of you, proud of people like Ambassador Kashyap and all the members of the Indiaspora team who are here, give us a sense of what are your expectations from the G20. There are a lot of problems that India's presidency is trying to highlight as the voice of the Global South. If I were to ask you one global crisis that you hope there can be consensus on that India could solve, what would that be?
Well, thank you so much. And it is quite an important question, but very loaded. But before I answer, please let me address one critical issue. Yesterday, I spoke to a few Indian colleagues and I told them that I am being part of this panel today. And then they asked me the most prominent question: where is Trinidad and Tobago? and I said, I would not even bother giving an answer, but at least you know Brian Lara. That is Trinidad and Tobago, Brian Lara. So yes, just a few days back, if you remember correctly, India played West Indies, and they played in our soil in Trinidad and Tobago. India did fairly well. I'm happy to say that West Indies did a little better than before. So that is where I am from. And in terms of our expectations of India and G20, and one of the most critical issue that we have been facing, and let me look at it from a Caribbean perspective. We have seen India grow leaps and bounds in the area of digitalization, bringing their people together, having an e-identity that we have seen nowhere equivalent in the world. More so, we have seen where India introduced a level of e-governance that created a model for the globe to follow. In the Caribbean, we have seen nothing like this. And one of the major areas that we wanted India to focus on and to help on was in the area of digital transformation. I'm very happy to say that my government saw this model that India created, and we led a high ministerial team to India just 1 week ago. In so doing, we were able to sign an MOU with India looking at the wide spectrum of digital transformation to address this critical issue, not only in Trinidad and Tobago, but India would now be working through Trinidad and Tobago in order to reach the wider Caribbean. So therefore, we will have a massive societal impact and transformation, all backed and supported by the government of India. I use this opportunity to say thank you to India, to its government, and to its people.
Thank you so much, High Commissioner Gopal. And one follow-up question. We were just talking before this panel discussion began, and you said that there are 600,000 people of Indian origin in Trinidad and Tobago, 42% of the population over the years. And we've really had historical ties with the country. Give us a sense of how they are integrated culturally and the contributions they've made across sectors to the country.
So, thank you again. I love that question, by the way. So, what were the ties? I'll give a quick story. When I came in 2020 to India, I received a very special phone call, video call actually, and it was from none other than Lata Mangeshkar, who remembered, yes, thank you, who remembered visiting Trinidad and Tobago multiple times. And she asked to speak to my children. So while in conversation, I said to them, I said, Lata ji, she mesmerized the world, the greatest singer undoubtedly on this planet. But this is your opportunity to say something to her. And my eldest son looked at her and he said, Jawada kiya ho nibana pahega.
You can sing a little more.
Later this evening. So, the cultural ties remain strong. We had in Trinidad and Tobago a Hindu Prime Minister, Basil Pandey, who came to India and went to Basti next to Ayodhya to discover his roots. Every year we bring a Ram Leela group from Trinidad and Tobago to India, including this year, we are looking at around October, November. We have introduced our unique blend of Indian and Caribbean music that we call chutney, with the likes of Sundar Popo. And for my US friend, Nicki Minaj is actually Onika Tanya Maharaj from Trinidad and Tobago. But I'll add one more thing. Those of you who love to read must know the works of V.S. Naipaul, Trinidad and Tobago. And if you love cricket, while Brian Lara is not of East Indian descent, you must know Dinesh Ramdeen, Ravi Rampal, Sunil Narain, Darren Ganga, and we even lent India Robin Singh. Yes. So, thank you.
Thank you so much, High Commissioner. That was lovely hearing all those stories. Ambassador Keshav, if I were to come to you, if I were to ask you about more ways in future where the Indian diaspora can bring the countries together, what can we do? What can forums like Indiaspora do to leverage the power of the Indian diaspora in the US? What could those suggestions be according to you?
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for assembling such a great panel. Those were wonderful remarks. Reminded me of a visit I made to Trinidad and Tobago when I was very young. My dad was working there, and you could see Indian culture everywhere in Trinidad and Tobago. You mentioned Ambassador Grossman. He was my boss in that era, so lots of walking down memory road. But to answer your question, Parikshit, I think if you look in the case of the U.S.-India relationship, there's an enormous work plan that has been set out by both governments in the joint statement from the state visit of Prime Minister Modi to Washington in June. And it's a 58-paragraph joint statement. And diplomats work on these things. They endlessly noodle and negotiate on them. And most of these joint statements are released after the visit, and they sink like a stone, unnoticed and unloved, full of officialese and rich, deep, dark language. And what I found really interesting about this last joint statement is that it's incredibly ambitious. It's incredibly forward-leaning. It talks about not only our strategic and economic convergence, but it lays out a pathway for our technological convergence. I don't know if you all heard Eric last night, but Ambassador Garcetti said 2 or 3 times that we as democracies have to work to ensure the standards of the world to come, and that we have to preserve human freedom in the technology frontiers that are yet to be invented and developed. That's extremely important. And if you look at that joint statement, you look at how much was presented within the framework of the new partnership between the United States and India on critical and emerging technologies. This is where I think our diaspora can play a critical role. The American diaspora, of course, leads in these areas, in Silicon Valley and in so many other areas of human achievement. And so they can help the governments fulfill these very ambitious goals in so many ways, whether it's through diaspora servants of the public in government affairs, or if it's CEOs of big companies, scientists, academics. And so actually, I see unlimited potential for the diaspora to plug in to government efforts, whether it's US-India or India and any other country around the world. We have to preserve the right standards to preserve human freedom across this century. Otherwise, technology will escape us, and it could get very dark for humanity.
Right. High Commissioner McKay, if I can get you in at the stage, when we speak about innovation, would you like to give us some examples of key innovation driven by the Indian diaspora, by the Indian community in Canada?
Well, there's just so much of it in terms of the bridge, what we call the startup corridor, for example, between Canada and between India. And let me give you the example of past partnerships between Communitech, one of the major accelerator programs in Canada, affiliated with the University of Waterloo, and T-Hub in Hyderabad. And their past partnerships bringing startups from one country to the other to meet venture capital, to develop their technology, et cetera. Same is happening between IIT Mumbai and the University of Toronto. We're going to see more of this happening with Hyderabad and Bangalore, et cetera, and incubators and startups in Canada. So we're working very hard on that. On education partnerships, I'll say there are more than 600 partnerships between Canadian educational institutions and Indian educational institutions. I was just in IIT Madras just a few weeks ago. Dozens of partnerships between IIT Madras and the elite academic institutions in Canada. So we're going to see more of that, with lots of support from government and private sector driving that kind of collaboration.
Right. Emily, more than 80,000 students, Indian students, are studying in Australia. That number is going to go up. How do you think they're helping increase the understanding about the Indian culture, and what can be done to have closer cultural ties between the two countries, and also foster a greater understanding about India in the business community, in the government as well?
Thank you so much. And I think we have close to 100,000 students studying in Australia at the moment, which is huge. And our student community from India is our second largest. So that is definitely something we're very proud of. We have over 450 partnerships with universities, so that it's really a rich and growing relationship there that we can see will continue to grow. We've had a couple of Australian universities recently open offices in Gift City, really demonstrating that you know, it's on the up and up. But beyond our educational connections, which are really, really so important and long-standing, we're actually building business literacy connections, we're building cultural connections, and I'm pleased to say, I think CEO of our Centre for Australian-India Relations, Tim Thomas, is here in the audience, and Tim oversees CARE, our Centre for Australian-India Relations, which is an initiative that's been launched recently, in fact, when Prime Minister Modi was visiting Australia alongside Prime Minister Albanese, and its mission is to build that business literacy, to connect and work through the diaspora community, and also to build those cultural links. And our Foreign Minister in June announced some partnerships programs, grant programs that we're progressing with Indian and Australian institutions, and they cover collaborations around artistic exchange, emerging women artists in textiles, there's theatre productions, there's circus, Indian performance, some really great cultural partnerships where we'll have showcases both in Australia and in India, and I think that's a wonderful way to demonstrate our extraordinary ties in a way that connects us all and entertains us at the same time.
Right. We've run out of time, but we have some time for quick questions from the audience. So please, anyone who's interested, raise your hands. We'll take 2-3 questions together. All right, the gentleman right there, if we can have a mic sent. We'll take 2 or 3 questions together from the audience, and then we'll get our panelists to respond. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Sureel Desai. I'm from Mumbai. My question is, you know, there are all these wonderful, great stories about the whole Indian evolution and everything. But what's the one thing that gives you nightmares about India? I mean, what's the one thing that scares you the most about India? So I would be interested in knowing your points of view on that.
Perfect. All right. Yes, sir. Can we have a mic?
Thank you. Nalin Kohli from New Delhi. I have 2 questions, one for High Commissioner McKay. You mentioned about this growing partnership at the startup level, but I always think Canada is making huge investments through your pension funds on our projects which are more on infrastructure. So can a small amount be earmarked for these innovative tie-ups between India and Canada? Because that would have a much higher return as compared to the infrastructure projects. Ambassador Keshav, we discussed about this connect between small and medium enterprises in India and the US. So I'm so happy that in the joint communication, there's a specific point on this. Do you see this going forward in a more accelerated manner after the joint statement?
Right. One more question from the lady, and then we'll request our panelists to respond.
Less of a question, more of a comment. I'm coming from Washington, D.C. area, fellow Virginian, and the comment is based off your question to fellow Virginian Ambassador Kashyap. Coming from Virginian politics, you said most American elected Indian diaspora politicians are very focused on America first. Right now we have 2 on presidential debate. And in fact, we have US presidential debate, Nikki Haley and Vivek Ramaswamy, both are for Indian diaspora. I say yesterday, Eric Garcetti, ambassador, said that American values are Indian values are American values. So we should have no fear that Indian American diaspora politicians are only for American first, because Indian values are such good values that no matter where they are going to be India first. Because our values are so strong, we should have no fear whatsoever. So we have such great values inculcated in us.
We can count on you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let's get our panelists to respond. And Ambassador, you want to respond. Is there something about India that gives you nightmares?
Yes, actually. I have found during my career that in our part of the world, let's call it the Latin American Caribbean region, so much emphasis was placed upon North collaborations. And to a large extent, I felt that India was neglected. My greatest nightmare is that we don't see the fullness of the potential that exists in India. And by so doing, we miss the opportunity to partner with one of the greatest economies in the world, and one that could impact not only the US, Canada, and Europe, but I believe every single aspect of this globe. So my nightmare would be if India is not recognized for what it truly is.
Right. Big round of applause to that. And Ambassador Gillon, would you agree with what High Commissioner Gopal had to say?
First of all, I think that the opportunity with India is huge. My nightmare here is mainly the lack of capacity of Israel to answer because of the differences of the sizes. So the wish here, or the expectations from Israel are very, very high, and the ability of a country of less than 10 million people to stand up to the expectations is huge. Whenever I go, universities, they want cooperation with Israel, and it's all around the world. It's not only in India, but we have 10 universities in Israel. Good universities, but 10. So, you know, the lack of capacity to stand up to the expectations, this is always my fear.
Right. High Commissioner McKay, you wanted to respond.
Maybe just on this specific question about startups and innovation. I mean, the pension plans make their own decisions about where to invest, but they are investing in technology, and particularly in renewable energy, I would say. And to drive that further, my trade minister, Mary Eng, will be coming back to India October the 9th to the 13th, first coming to Mumbai, then going to Bangalore as a tech hub, bringing 200 to 300 Canadian businesses with her, who are looking at deepening the Canada-India business ties in areas like ICT, clean technology. Some of them will be small, some of them will be big, but we're absolutely looking at doubling down on the innovation tie-ups between the two countries. And if I may, on what I fear about India, in a slightly different direction. You know, as a good Canadian like me, I grew up eating Indian food. We don't make it at home. For us, it's a special treat. We go out every month or two to an Indian restaurant. Every town and city in Canada has a great Indian restaurant, and love the food. And now living here, my greatest fear is gaining weight because I'm eating Indian food every day. It's 5 kilos so far and more to come. So that's my greatest fear in this posting.
Thank you so much. Master Keshav, any closing remarks?
I want to thank you so much for a great panel, Parikshit. Thank you so much. And thank you to Indiaspora for bringing us all together. Sir, on your question, I think you will see a lot of movement on SMEs, and hopefully we'll have some news in the near future. There's the trade ministers meeting in Goa that is happening very soon, and we may see some stuff coming out of that. So let's stay tuned. On nightmares, I think my biggest nightmares are in the past. I remember what it was like in this country in a certain era to try to cash a traveler's check, or to try to get a ticket on Indian Airlines, or to try to make a telephone call, or to try to get the punkah to move in the house in Panipat when the power went off and it was 120 degrees. Those days are behind us. There's a glorious future ahead of India. And so I would say in closing, let's not focus on the nightmares of the past. Let's focus on the dreams of the future. We've already seen so much accomplishment in this country in the past 10 years. Can you imagine what remains to be achieved and how much we can all achieve together? So let's dream big dreams, and let's see that glorious future happen. Let's build it. Thank you.
Right. Emily, any final thoughts before we sum up the panel today?
I don't want to take away from what was a really lovely closing remark there. Look, perhaps just reflecting on nightmares, I have to confess, I'm an Australian in India and I don't know an awful lot about cricket, so don't ask me any questions. That's my biggest nightmare here. But it's been wonderful to have the opportunity to speak to you all and to share some of Australia's stories and the richness of our diaspora. I think to echo some of the comments made, and you know, as I referenced in my opening remarks, the opportunities are extraordinary, and I think from here they'll simply blossom.
Right. Thank you very much to all our panelists for joining us, and everyone in the audience. It's been a fantastic discussion, and those were great questions from the audience as well. Clearly, ma'am, we're running out of time, but thank you so much for joining us here. It's been fantastic, and clearly the Indian diaspora has contributed a lot, and there's lots to do after the G20 concludes on the 10th of September. Thanks once again.
Thank you, Parishit. Please don't go away. We are continuing this session. I'm delighted to now invite Rajan Navani. He's a founding board member of Indiaspora. I'm not going to read out his credentials because I'll eat into your time, Rajan, but I'm going to say a few things. He's a chairman and managing director of Jetline Group. He's the national president of the Indian Digital Gaming Society, chairman of the CIIS National Council on India at 75. He's a founding chairman of CIIS Future Council, Business Council. He's in the India-Japan Business Leaders Forum. And there are several others. I'm not going to go into details, but Rajan, over to you now.
Well, a very good morning, and thank you, everyone. I think while everyone is settling down and moving forward, I know we have a coffee break coming up, so I'm going to keep this brief, but I'm going to continue to talk a little bit about the stories that have been the discussion for the morning. You know, we covered son and great-grandson, and I cover the grandson piece because my grandfather was the one who left the shores of India in the 1930s and went to Thailand. And I had the fortune and the opportunity to come back to India at a very young age, and therefore spent most of my life in India because my folks wanted to raise us in an Indian upbringing. And I think that's where this story begins. But you know, the story with MR and Indiaspora also began as a sentiment of being a part of the diaspora. And when we were at MR's home over a decade ago, we conceived Indiaspora, and I said we have to figure a way to be able to engage this meaningful audience with India. While the diaspora in the US had done a lot within the US, I think there was this big bridge that needed to be filled and strengthened. But I'm going to talk a little bit today about, you know, India at 75. It's a historic year, as we all see, you know, for the G20, and we see India having the presidency. But it's also the culmination of 75 years of Indian independence. Prime Minister Modi has celebrated this as the Amrit Mahotsav. Of course, a country that has had a large history and a much longer cultural generational shift. But you know, what we are really talking about is an episode that came up in New York, you know, back in 2007 when India was celebrating India at 60. And it was a time when we had completed 60 years of independence, and one of the diaspora members who was the world's foremost thinker at that time, actually he was number one in 2007, was Professor C.K. Prahlad from the Ross Business School. And C.K. came up to the podium and said, why are we talking about what India has achieved in 60 years? Let's talk about what we can in the next 15. And the first time the word India at 75 was coined, you know, I think was inspired by that statement of C.K. And you know, in his typical management style, he went into why India can turbocharge and accelerate the change that happened, you know, from 1992 to 2007, you know, economic liberalization, but can we accelerate and make the India of 2030 relevant in 2022? And I think what followed from there on was a very concerted agenda to see how we can build a vision for what India could achieve in 15 years. And today, when we stand here in, at the culmination of the Amrit Mahotsav, because of the pandemic, it was celebrated for 2 years in India. And just 15th August, we completed technically the celebrations of India at 75. One can see what this journey has led to, right? This G20 presidency is a defining moment in that journey. And I must say that this was one agenda that worked across different governments. While this started back with the Manmohan Singh government as a Prime Minister, but during an interaction at that time with Prime Minister Modi, a 2.5-hour discussion with CK around the future of India was actually a key defining moment. And I still remember that conversation. It was CK, Prime Minister, that time Chief Minister Modi and myself, Modi ji speaking in Hindi, CK speaking in English, and I'm trying to translate between these two great minds about what the future of India could be in 15 years. And that there are many anecdotes from that conversation, and since it has been an anecdotal thing, I will share one piece. When I think CK was talking that India should get 10 Nobel Prize winners, Prime Minister Modi at that time said, "Nahi, wo ek cheez se main sehmat nahi hu," right? And CK said, "No, it's just about creating intellectual stimulation and doing a lot of that. We had C.V. Raman, we've had all of that." And he said, "Nahi, main abhi tak sehmat nahi hu." So CK was getting a little agitated, and that's when, I asked him, what is it? So he said, "Main bol raha hu ki humko aisa award we should have that the world comes to get it from us rather than we are going to chase." And that's when CK said, "That is India at 100." Right? He said, it will take us that much more time to be able to achieve that. But that's the aspiration or the sentiment of a journey for India at 75. And of course, that conversation ended with Prime Minister Modi then saying, "Delhi aayenge to karenge," and nobody understood it that time. But if you go and see the day he got elected, the next day, he did talk about India at 75. But I think this is not a story really only about India at 75, but it is about the aspiration moving to self-confidence, how India at 75 has now embarked on a journey for India at 100. What does this really mean, in the diasporic concept and in that context? Because today, as we talk about the Amrit Kal, we really talk about this golden period of India. And as I've been interacting with many people, there are a few themes that come out very, very clearly. I think, how can India become an Vishwa Guru, right? What does that original ethos of India mean to the world? I still remember in an interaction, and we've had a ground-up visioning exercise for India at 100, and a lot of those will be released, because the CII, Confederation of Indian Industry, and others have put a large part of that together. A large part was in an interaction with a director of IIT Kanpur. He said, like the gold rush, I had a dream that people from San Francisco are saying, "Where is Kanpur? Where is Kanpur?" There is something for us to go and get from there, right? Because the technology, the next brilliant thing that is going to happen and shape the world is actually happening out of India, right? I think there are so many such narratives and stories that build, but at the end of the day, it came down to being a super partner. I think India will unleash its superpower position or whatever by 2047 is how India partners with the world. And that's in where I think the role of the diaspora, which has actually meaningfully gone into so many different countries, partnered, integrated, become part of the society and shape those countries, right? I think that aspect of the diaspora, I think if that can percolate back into India, that can be, it's an energy that can get enhanced and shared. And I think over the next year, MR and Arun, a board member, Shekhar, who was another founding board member, we were just discussing this morning, how are we going to really think about shaping Indiaspora's agenda over the next year to be able to be reflective of what we can achieve in the next 25 years as a diaspora. So I think we talked about, many, many different aspects, and there are still so many areas of the diaspora that have not been represented. Baljinder here reminded me that the whole African 4 million diaspora has not been talked about. And I think there is so much that India has, got to be able to unleash over this period. And it's an opportune moment. It's a crazy time in the history of mankind, because I don't think ever a country of 1.4 billion people democratically elected has moved from being a developing country to a developed country. Prime Minister Modi calls it Viksit Bharat. And I think that's the opportunity, that exists, for us today. So as Atul rightly mentioned, we can keep thinking about the past and, keep engaged there, or we can worry about what the future will be. But I think the time is now, and I think we need to accept that, and we need to be able to take the right steps to be able to unlock this super opportune time, I think, in history, that we are all sitting here, and use this today as a historic moment. As I said, reflect back maybe 25 years later, on what this event meant to the role of the diaspora in shaping the future of India at 100. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Rajan reflected on, the diaspora's role. He reflected on India being a super partner. But also, we have our next speakers from San Francisco, where I come from, where we're known to have innovation and disruption as part of it. And as you know fully well, climate change is on the agenda. We have a whole session carved out for all the climate action that the diaspora and India can do together as we move forward. And who better to kind of talk about that element of things than my good friend George Jacob. George is the CEO of the Ecotarium, which is an incredible organization in San Francisco that not only is an aquarium, but does a lot of thought leadership, detailed research, all about climate action and climate change. And George has also been a designer of museums. He was the head of the Dinosaur Museum. He's done so many incredible things. So when we look at our diaspora, it's not just business people and politicians and academics. We also have museum curators, we have museum designers, we have museum CEOs. So who better to have in our midst than George Jacob to come and talk about what's on his mind from his vantage point in San Francisco. So please welcome George Jacob.
So thank you, Amar. So as Amar mentioned, I plan and design museums. The panel discussion that we had earlier reminded me of two anecdotes that I'm going to share very quickly. My great-grandfather was one of the first Indians to graduate from a university in Canada, over 100 years ago. And years later, when I moved to Canada, I became eventually the first visible minority museum CEO in Canada as the head of the Dinosaur Museum, which is the fastest museum built in Canadian history ever. When I moved to the States, there was another high point that I wanted to share with you. Was in 2006 or 7, I got a call from the Smithsonian to be the project director for the Star Spangled Banner. So this is the banner that inspired the American National Anthem. It was stitched in 1812 by Mary Pickersgill, and the flag was eventually restored and rededicated to the nation in 2008 by George Bush. So those two vignettes have highlighted much of what I do. And I'm going to share something which is very visual. When I moved to Canada, I became the head of the San Francisco Aquarium, the Policy Institute, the Sea Lion Center, Studio Aqua, and about 7 divisions, including the Bay Model, which we operate for the United States Army Corps of Engineers. I'm going to share a string of visuals on what we are doing to address climate literacy. We are transforming, number one, the Aquarium of the Bay into the world's first comprehensive climate and ocean conservation living museum. So climate has been on the agenda for the last 20 years, pretty much topping the covers of every single major magazine and news outlet in the world. But despite the sort of heavy coverage on climate change, climate resilience, climate tech, there are very few people who actually understand the issues that face humanity today because of climate change. Most of these terms, they go over our heads. People really don't get it. I attend personally, about 16 conferences a year focused on oceans and climate. And outside of the realm of those conferences, the general public is still very, very unaware of what some of these major issues are. And because of that, they are also not very clear on what climate investment is, what carbon emissions are, how to mitigate some of those issues, either by policy or by regulation or by projects or innovations in tech. So all of those aspects would kind of come to light in a climate museum. So the transformation of the aquarium into a $260 million climate museum is a step one. And in addition to what we're doing in San Francisco, we're also working on a number of climate museums in other parts of the world. So I'm going to share some visuals with you, and happy to take questions after. So this is what we do in San Francisco. We run the Bay Equatorium, which is a conglomerate of front-facing institutions and policy institutions at the back. Those are some of our activities that gauge the temperature of the San Francisco Bay, its marine ecobiodiversity, its pollution levels, issues associated with PCB pollution, mercury pollution, microplastics, sea level rise, a whole slew of other issues. We also offer dive certification programs and are committed to the 2030, 30 by 30 by 2030. And though our focus is Sustainable Development Goals 13 and 14, we're actually focused on pretty much all the 17 goals of sustainability. We are currently working on multiple climate museum projects. So the Bay Equatorium transformation is about $260 million. The Aquarium in Norway is about $300 million. And the Jamaica Oceanarium in the Caribbean is about $132 million. And then we're working on a number of other projects in Greece and other parts of the world. This is the project in San Francisco. It's going to cater to about 2 million visitors, physical visitors, and about 5 million virtual visitors when it is complete. Mrs. Byron was there for the unveiling of the vision. This is the view from Alcatraz in San Francisco. This is what the center looks like in the exploded view. It has the aquarium tunnels in the middle. So currently we hold 24,000 animals and 750,000 gallons of salt water, which will go up to 30,000 animals and over 1.5 million gallons of salt water. This gives you a sense of how the climatorium is posed between Pier 39 and Pier 35 in San Francisco. And those are some visuals on the insides of the learning center inside the climatorium. There is about 3.3 acres of park that uses special technologies for renewables and circular economies. It gives you a sense of how we use rainwater collection, recirculation, solar, wind, and other sources of energy, including a microgrid using fish waste. It touches close to 50 disciplines, including tech, and also focuses on blue diplomacy, green bonds, and so on and so forth. This is the Oceanarium in Jamaica. So again, inspired by nature. It's in Montego Bay. And it kind of gives you a cross-section of what we're planning in Jamaica. This is the Oceanarium in Jamaica. So again, the intent is to cater to about 1.5 million people every year and build capacity within the Caribbean to focus on ocean conservation. That's a nighttime view of the center. And some cross sections. So the building actually holds close to 160,000 square feet of exhibit space. It holds an aquarium, which is a 2.2 million gallon aquarium. It actually also holds an upside down planetarium, which is going to be the first of its kind in the world. This is a project that is unfolding in Silicon Valley in San Jose, most likely. Again, focused on AI and climate change. This is a project that is just taking birth in Galapagos in San Cristobal. The entire climatorium is actually cut into a mountain, and there is nothing visible from the top of the mountain. It has a wet lab, it has long-term residence for visiting scholars, and it has a visitor center. This is a project that we are working on in Norway at the moment, and it takes inspiration from a pod of sleeping sperm whales. So they sleep like coffins, and they bob up and down. They can hold their breath for about 28 minutes. This is also the loudest animal on the planet. It clicks at 230 decibels. So an F-35 takes off at 165 decibels. So this is way, way louder than, if you're anywhere close to this animal while it's clicking, it can tear your internal organs and paralyze you. The oceanarium is in a place called Bergen. Outside of Bergen is being developed as an ocean city. And this gives you a sense of the scale of the lobby inside the oceanarium. So the sperm whales are about 16 meters in length, and there are schooling fish in the foreground of, and there is nothing like this that exists in the world. It's actually going to be an amazing ocean cathedral. This gives you a sense of the S-curve, transparent acrylic tubes inside the aquarium. Again, it's a 2.6 million gallon saltwater aquarium. It has melting icebergs. It has a lot of motifs. It has plesiosaurs that became extinct in the late Cretaceous period. Again, the message of climate change and existential threat is quite obvious in the exhibit experience inside the oceanarium in Norway. Microalgae Labs, it's tied to University of Bergen, and it has tie-ups with the Marine Research Institute in Norway. And the idea is to connect the content from across this web of climatoriums that we are planning. And most recently in India, we are planning to do India's first climate museum in Odisha. So we signed this agreement just last month, about 3 weeks ago. And we are excited to be partners with the government of Odisha for the creation of the first climate museum in India. Thank you. I guess my time is almost up. Yeah. But, sure. Yep, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Kwame. I'm from London. Quick question. Congratulations on the great work that you're doing. But again, how do you end up connecting the community of sort of ocean lovers, nature lovers, in all these different parts of the world that you're putting up these things, which are going to be appreciated, people are going to love it, they're going to talk about it, create awareness. But is there an offline way of connecting the world to it as well, who cannot in person sometimes, let's say, go visit it and experience it?
So, very good question. There is a plan to create a mother website that has a learning component, an interactive component, and an immersive component. And if you've looked at the imagery of the oceanarium, there are two bubbles that you see in the San Francisco project. So the first bubble holds the aquarium and the climatorium. The second bubble holds the education component. And in between the two, there is a tiny third bubble. And that is a bubble that sits in 36 airports around the world. And it's a token ring of sharing content. So it's an AI-driven token ring of sharing content. And the citizen science component that makes resilience a movement will take shape in that sort of little module that we have. So that little module is actually more powerful than the two big domes. And so that's how the global presence of the content is distributed.
How do you manage so many projects together?
So we have a good team. We do have a good team. So we have 7 projects going on right now. And the intent is to have these institutions talk to each other rather than working in silos. All right. Great. Thank you.
We are breaking for 15 minutes coffee. Unfortunately, we have to reduce the time because we are running late. It's in the next room here. And then there will be 2 breakout sessions. The healthcare will be here, and the next gen will be the adjacent hall outside. See you in either of the rooms.
Sit down. Maybe encourage them to come sit down. Good afternoon, everyone. Will you all please kindly come and take your seat? We'd love your help in staying on track with the program this afternoon. It'll be wonderful to have you all seated soon. There's a mic on. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Deepak and Ashish, for being here. Okay. I hope you've all enjoyed your lunch and are ready to start with our plenary on philanthropy. It's my pleasure to introduce Deepak Raj, who is a Founders Circle member of Indiaspora and has been a role model in being mindful about philanthropy, in being strategic about philanthropy. He was a chairman of Pratham till recently. He is a chairman of the India Philanthropy Alliance, which is a alliance seeded and nurtured by Indiaspora. I'm sorry. Coming right after lunch is a little hard on this, I think. Anyway, but the point I want to make is this conversation is about galvanizing impact philanthropy in India, and we couldn't find or think of anybody better than Deepak to have this conversation with Ashish Dhawan, and we are glad that they are both here this afternoon. I'm handing the mic off to Deepak, and please welcome you to take the conversation forward.
Great, thank you very much. I think this is on. Yeah, so good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back from lunch. And it's great to be here. And Shobha, thank you for that kind introduction. I will join all the other speakers so far in thanking MR and the Indiaspora staff for a wonderful, warm, welcoming conference. Just terrific. As Shobha mentioned, I'm a founding member of Indiaspora. And then also I want to mention that I'm the chair of something called IPA, which is India Philanthropy Alliance. We are a consortium of about 15 NGOs who operate in India, but raise some or bulk of their money funding in the US. And these are some of the better known institutions like Pratham, I'm sure many of you know Akshay Patra, AIF, Akanksha Foundation. They all do just excellent work. So the reason I bring it up is that Indiaspora, NMR, was a very early supporter. Not only supported, but funded us for until we got to a certain size and we were able to raise funds and so on and so forth. So thanks for that, MR. We have taken flight now, you know, and on our own, but forever grateful for what Indiaspora did for us. The reason for this session is to really talk about philanthropy in India. And as Ambassador Shringla said this morning, philanthropy from the Indian diaspora, you know, all over the world is an important part of what we should be focused on. You know, obviously I can talk about US philanthropy, but the reason for this session is to talk about philanthropy in India and to see how we can help in any way we can and get a better understanding of that is the reason for this session. I'm really delighted to introduce my dear friend, Ashish Dhawan. I've known Ashish for a long time. What do you say about Ashish? So he went to the US, he went to Yale, he went to Harvard, and unlike many of us, you know, and he did his stint on Wall Street, but then unlike many of us, he came back to India at the age of 29, and he co-founded Chris Capital. And Chris he built up into one of the most successful private equity funds in India. So just an amazing success story, Ashish. But then even more extraordinary was the fact that after 10 or 12 years at Chris Capital, at the age of 40, 41, he left Chris Capital and embarked on this incredible philanthropic journey. Just a couple of things I will mention. One is Central Square Foundation, which he started to improve school education in India. And this is, we are talking about systemic change, by the way. Not just one student here or one student there, but how do you change the whole education system? And I'm sure all of you know, or I hope all of you know, that he was a founder of Ashoka University, which has emerged as one of the best liberal arts colleges in India, in Asia, and outside. So Ashish, congratulations on all that you have accomplished. It is really incredible. So, you know, you've had an incredible career in business and now in philanthropy. So just tell us a little bit about your journey in philanthropy, what inspired you, and let's have a nice conversation. It's an informal conversation, so
sure.
Let's go.
Deepak, thank you. It's a pleasure to do this with you. I started in a very small way about 20 plus years ago when I was in my full-time job. I always felt we were very privileged, and so in a small way would give to a few nonprofits, take out a Saturday to just go see the work that they were doing. And I think that increased my social conscience in a sense, because otherwise you're living in your bubble, your friends are from the same circle. In private equity, you interact with entrepreneurs, et cetera, et cetera. So I think those early days were very helpful. I then decided that I wanted to have a second career. So I got onto the boards of a couple of nonprofits. And honestly, it wasn't so much to give back, it was a way to learn. Even while I was doing my full-time job. And then at some point I got ready, as you were saying, to go full-time, to leave. I was passionate about education, and that's why Central Square Foundation. And we all know from the ASA report how dire the situation is. The bottom half of kids basically fall behind in primary school and then fall behind forever. But the good news now is thanks to the effort of Pratham, Room to Read, Akshara, Learning Language Foundation, many others, and we've also worked with them, Central Square Foundation. We all advocated for foundational literacy and numeracy, FLN, and it became a mission in 3 states in India. We worked closely with those 3 states. Then finally, the new education policy came out. It was called out strongly. And then eventually, the Prime Minister has launched the Nipun Bharat mission. So for foundational literacy and numeracy, which has really brought salience around the issue. And so now Central Square Foundation works in 12 states, really as the project management unit, technical services unit. So it's a systemic approach as opposed to doing our own thing. We think government is the main actor. They're doing all the work. It's their program. If we can help in some way to improve the implementation of the program, that's the highest ROI investment we can make in terms of philanthropy. Ashoka is a very different kind of project. It's building a university. So initially it was education, and then about 3-4 years ago I said, really, I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I like starting new things. There's so many other areas where things can be done. And what I see, Deepak, is there is a missing middle in India. There are hundreds of thousands, millions of grassroots NGOs in India. They have a lot of heart. They understand the community. They sometimes come up with very innovative solutions. And then at 30,000 feet, we have people with ideas, the think tanks and things like that. But there's this missing middle of what I call system orchestrators. People who can take the big ideas and figure out what needs to be done and advocate for them. People who can learn from the ground and actually take things like structured pedagogy that works in or teaching at the right level, but also embed it in the system and work with the system, which NGOs are typically not so good at. So I think what you're seeing in India now, I've seen in the last 5 years or so, is the emergence of, there's probably only a handful, maybe 20, 30, 40 of these system orchestrators. And they're working in partnership with government mostly to work on programs at scale. So that's really what I'm most passionate about.
So what are some of the new ventures that you are working on after Ashoka?
So a couple of new things. One is we said, you know, there needs to be a couple of institutions for the ecosystem. So we incubated two organizations. One is called ISDM, the Indian School of Development Management. Another one's called ILSS, Indian Leaders for Social Sector. ISDM really works with, it's more like an MBA type program for the social sector. So with younger people, people in their 20s. ILSS really looks at corporate people who are 50 years old who want to cross over into the social sector. So they run a special program for them, and they've now done about 16, 17 cohorts. So really we looked at how do we get more talent into the sector as one problem, and these two organizations work on that. There's another org we set up called Accelerate India Philanthropy, where we just got a CEO a couple of months ago. And the idea of building a platform to really buy philanthropists, to serve philanthropists. So Rohini Nilakani and Amit Chandra joined me in this venture to get it started. And our aim is really to be like a philanthropic advisor to wealthy people who want to think about their giving. And we've now interacted with about 130 odd UHNIs in India, but more one-to-one, because there's a lot of group sessions and things like that, but things fizzle out. So we find the most important thing is one-to-one meetings, where you really understand what people's interests are, how you can help them, what the barriers are, et cetera, et cetera. And then there's a number of other orgs which are around the typical social sector, like women's economic empowerment, et cetera. The one thing I'm quite passionate about is economic development. I think most philanthropists would say that really this is the role of private sector, it's the role of government, it's the role of apex chambers to play a role here. But I do think that philanthropy can play some role in direct economic growth. So we set up a new org, for instance, that only works on labor-intensive exports, working with state governments, because we think India has a golden opportunity right now with the China +1, working with state governments and helping them with, you know, labor-intensive exports, particularly around electronics, garments, home interiors, etc. Another one which we set up is more focused on science and tech policy and capacity building. So these new areas where there aren't too many, there's sort of an institutional void, and there's the opportunity to build something new. Most of these are still at the very early stages, so we'll find out in a few years what the impact really is.
That's terrific. So actually what you're doing is you're building institutions to bring about long-term change, which is a terrific lesson to learn from your journey. So when I look at the US, you know, I mean, I think the arc is pretty strong in terms of what the numbers are, you know, in terms of people giving and the amount being given and so on and so forth. The absolute dollars are still not huge. I mean, the growth is terrific, though. How is it in India? I mean, you know, do you see more generous philanthropy in India as well?
Yeah, I think it's gone up a lot. I think a lot of it was the example set by many people ahead of us, like the Infosys founders, like Chris and Nandan, and all of them actually. Mr. Premji, Shiv Nadar, many others, I mean, honestly. And I think they were the first ones. And now you're seeing people who are in their 40s and 50s really want to start much earlier, possibly in a small way in the beginning, and then grow from there. So I know now that there are probably, even if you look at the new universities that have come up, there are probably about 400 or 500 unique high net worth individuals who've contributed. You know, earlier when ISB was set up, it was only the Diaspora that contributed, and then later some of the Indian industrialists came forward, but the Diaspora played a very meaningful role. Now you're seeing that it's Indian philanthropists who are playing the much larger role, which is the way it should be. So I think it's grown substantially, but there's much more to come as we go forward, because wealth is getting crystallized at a fast pace. And there's normally a time gap between when wealth gets crystallized and when people start giving. So that typical lag could be a few years before that happens. I think with the US, it's grown, but as you were saying, the Philanthropy Alliance that you lead is 150 million a year. It's still a pittance, to be honest. Right. And there are people like Ramesh Wadhwani, Sunil Wadhwani, others who have their own direct foundations in India who are spending quite a bit. And so I think there's the opportunity, at least with all the major, large UHNIs, for them to set up their own foundations in India, much like Ramesh and Sunil had done. And some areas, like Americans give a lot to universities for research. Very few people in India like Chris are doing it. I think there are areas like that. Apart from giving to the grassroots, there is opportunity to give towards institutional, the creation of institutions, and to areas like research, which are quite underfunded in India.
Great. I'm sure you are seeing all these big signs in the back, time up and so on and so forth. So I think we should respect that and keep everything on schedule. Ashish, thank you so much. Thanks for your
Thank you.
Thanks, Deepak and Ashish. It's always incredible to hear from you, trailblazers in the philanthropic arena in your own ways. We will now introduce the keynote speaker for this philanthropic session this afternoon. I have the great pleasure of introducing Faisal Kotikolon, who is here all the way from the UAE. And Faisal has, so he's various things, first of all. He's routinely ranked among the top 50 and top 100 most influential business leaders and philanthropists in the GCC and the Gulf and the UAE and so forth. That's a distinction he has been accorded numerous times. He is the chairman and founder of KEF Holdings, which is a diversified company known for establishing technologically integrated enterprises across multiple industries. He's also the chairman of Maitra Hospital, which is an advanced care hospital in Kerala, here in India. He and his wife, Shabana, and Shabana, it's great to have you here as well with us. The last time we were all together was in Dubai during our delegation there in 21. And you participated, both of you, in a lot of our events there as well. So it's great to see you on Indian shores this time. Faisal is the co-founder, along with Shabana, of the Faisal and Shabana Foundation, Kotikolon Foundation as well. And they do tremendous work here in India in education. So not to steal the thunder away from Faisal, Faisal, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Really shocked when my
I'll
dad
show
told me
you a
that
video.
he's enrolling me to a government school, that to a girls' school.
Get
So
off the
basically, a
lights.
girls' school for me was like a lot of restrictions. And to be honest, I was worried about the quality of the education too. But it was a different experience there, in basis of the infrastructure, the quality of the education, and the extracurricular activities too. So it was, to be honest, a life-changing experience for me, and I'm sure it was for all the other students there. So it's all thanks to Prism.
People ask me that why you choose football. Football is a men's game. A little bit unusual for a woman to carry football as a career. They also want to know that how to manage to play national and international level. I want to tell all thanks to my school, GVHS, Naraka and Prism. I'm glad to be back to my school as a football coach.
With the help of Faisal and Shabana Foundation, Mr. Pradeep Kumar was able to make a miraculous change.
Can you imagine what is one of the first things I was asked to do there? It was to deliver a note of thanks at an event. Sounds pretty normal, right? But the surprising part is the chief guest was Mr. A.R. Rahman.
Yes, the infrastructure is world class and makes you feel really great about the school. The canteen, the lab, the stadium, the library, everything is advanced. But the biggest reason why Naraka stands out from the rest of the school is the teachers. They are different and they were supportive everything.
A corporate setting where I'm able to take initiative. Naraka has given me the sort of spirit in me to go ahead, grab opportunities, fail, it's okay to fail, but also give your best. You interact with a very diverse group of people.
This school gives you a purpose larger than yourself. And now is the moment that this girl and all the 300 million girls say in voices loud that we are the future of India and we will build the nation.
Thank you. So I just like to introduce myself. 30 years in UAE now. Previously I was in US. Came back to India after we had a successful career in multiple industries, mainly in oil and gas. So that was transforming foundries into a red category to a green category foundry. So when you, see my passion is as an industrial engineer is how to really look at the problems of the world and how you can play a part of solving that problem. So that has been my passion as a child, and I still continue to follow that. I'm 60-year-old now. I'm still looking forward to solving problems. So thank you for giving the opportunity, MR and the team, and Indiaspora is doing a wonderful job. Coming back into this Narakav school, education in schools and healthcare is a pillar of any society. So when we had a multi-billion-dollar exits in previous businesses, we said, what is the use of this money if you don't give back the money for the next generations? So myself and my wife took a decision to really become philanthropists, no more businessmen. So we removed the tag of a businessman to a philanthropist since 2012. Came to India to really understand the foundation of a pillar of society, which is schools. Just to make you all understand, 70% of our education system is still run by the government or government-aided schools. And you're talking about millions and millions of students go to government schools. So when we went to IIM Calicut to do a gap analysis study, where are the issues in government schools? And it was an interesting outcome we received. Teachers are actually more qualified than private school teachers, from the government school side. Then where is the problem? Second is, they're literally paid 2 times or 3 times more salary than the private school teachers, correct? So the issue was not about the syllabus, not about the teachers. Issue was the motivation to teach or learn because of the crumbling infrastructure. So it was a very interesting study which we got from IIM Calicut. And he said, hey, why don't we go to the government and take a model, take a school, and create a model and see how the outcome is going to be. So we went to Calicut, is my hometown, and we went to the government of Kerala, met the chief minister and the education minister. We said, hey, give us one school and let's work together and create a model. That's PRISM. PRISM is promoting regional schools to international standards through multiple interventions. So we all are sitting here as various individuals. But collectively, if we come together, we can solve problems. Individually, we cannot solve a problem. So we said, foundation take the initiative. So one school we designed, I went to Finland with my wife, studied the Finnish model. So I said, how do we bring a Finnish model to a government school? That was the main thing which we are trying to do in the Narakav school. The entire intervention, one condition government put to us, we need to do any intervention during the summer break. You cannot lose 1 day of class. So we have to become very innovative in our thinking process. And that is where we took up prefab. Why don't we prefab a school in a factory and put it on the side? So the entire intervention was completed in 75 days. We demolished 8 buildings. We built a new school and put it on there. And 2012, June 1st, school opens. May 29th, we gave back the school to the government. So that was an incredible feeling that we got that time. The whole media, the whole government couldn't believe what we have done, correct? Today, that school is voted as the top 3 schools in the country among the government sector. We created the benchmark. And subsequently, what happened in the couple of years later, it became a movement by itself. So the local MLA who we worked with, Mr. Pradeep Kumar, he became a rock star, correct? So they are the one who's really take all the credit, which is agreed upon. We said, we don't want the credit. You take the credit. reason was we wanted to inspire more politicians to come and do this, correct? Today, 966 schools was initiated by the local MLAs. Yeah. Government has pumped in more than 2,500 crores. Our foundation spent around 100 crores, in supporting this, but more than 2,500 crores was spent by the government of Kerala. Now, it didn't end there. Now, we are starting in Kashmir, same model. So I went to Kashmir, Srinagar recently, and we picked up one school from the governor. So that's a girls' school again. And today, that school is going to do the same thing. Day before yesterday, I got a call from the education minister from Karnataka. So we had applied for one school in Shivaji Nagar. That is where all the communal problem happens, correct? So that has been approved now. So we are parallelly starting one in Bangalore. So the passion what the foundation is working on, if you can solve the education systems in India, and it's not only for educating children, we need to bring in health is another big issues we are facing now. That also to be introduced into the schools. We can make changes, correct? So this is what our foundation has been doing. We are very happy with the interventions, what we could do, in the country like India. And we need thousands of schools. There are 1.2 million government schools in our country. How much? 1.2 million government schools. So imagine now this model. See, it's a digital model. It's just not the physical model. It's also a digital model in it. Now, and this is what we have shown, because in 8 years, there are 900 odd schools that come forward. There are 2 million students change their livelihood, change their life completely. So those girls who spoke, all are in doctors and nurses and engineers and biochemists, and so many amazing stories. There are so many, worldwide people came here and saw the model. For example, footballers like Ronaldinho, Brett Lee, A.R. Rahman is a close friend of mine. I think tonight he is coming here. And they all have participated in the school. And that is a platform we have created. Everybody can plug in there, correct? Because it's a government project. So I think these are the initiatives we can change lives. Other interesting thing what we are working on, Tula. Tula is, in the previous session, which Jean and the people have talked about, the broken healthcare system in the world. Every country is suffering with the increasing cost of healthcare. This Tula. What we are doing now is India, more than 2,500 years, the medicine, Ayurveda is the root of all the modern medicine. Correct? But it was not evidence-based. Everybody questioned, how does it work? Because the world does not know how does it work. So when we met P.K. Varia, who was 99 at that time, I asked him, why Ayurveda is not going to the world? He said, Faisal, Ayurveda is not a business. It's a service. We don't have to prove to anybody. People who come with the problem, we solve the problem. But the modern science is all commercial arrangements. Correct? So that is where we say, hey, why don't we come together and integrate modern science with Ayurveda? So this Tula means balance. And this opening in March 12th when I turned 60. This is one of a kind in the world. See, myself and my wife has invested $320 million in India so far, just on these two sectors. Because we need models to people to come and replicate it. Correct? This will change the future of healthcare. Because we need to, from illness, we need to go to wellness. We need to see that, how through our lifestyle, we can eliminate taking medicines. So I was a hypothyroid patient for 25 years. And hypothyroidism also causes problem for other organs. So eventually I was carrying 5 tablets wherever I travel. Became a diabetic patient, cholesterol patient. Today I'm off of all the medicines since last 2 years. And that's what the research we have done. We have done many, many case studies, because everything we're going to come up with papers, because that's the only way the world will believe. Now, we're all sitting from America. If you want to really convince American pharmaceutical company, we need to come up with evidences. And those evidences can come out from India. And that's what I was in G20 healthcare day before yesterday in Ahmedabad. I said, this integration is from India to the world. Not from the West to our countries. We can develop things over here. Ayurveda is more than 3,000 years old medicine. Correct? We have the best doctors, best nurses. We export everything to the world now. So why don't we create something, the integrated medicine, and this is what we need to export to the world, and we need to teach people how to improve the lifestyles. You know, everybody would have heard about Brahma Muhurta time, 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. That's the time we are supposed to wake up. Who wakes up? It's we turn the clock upside down. Correct? So these simple things, if we change, we don't need pharmaceutical companies to, you know, they're the biggest mafias in the world. Really. They are the biggest mafias in the world. Because of us. You know, we are all scapegoats of taking, everyone will be taking average 5 to 10 tablets. We're carrying like a big bags, correct? So I think that's what we are trying to work. So I'll invite all of you to come to Tula when it opens on March 12th. MR was there, you know, for a function. We are very passionate about it. I'm investing around $100 million into this project. A lot of research. We work with various universities. And also, if anybody wants to participate in transforming education, transforming healthcare, we are here, and we'll be happy to work with all of you. Thank you again, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Faisal and Shabana, for the work that you do. Two extremely inspiring sessions on philanthropy that we've started the afternoon with. We talked this morning about geopolitics and diplomacy, and in the afternoon it's about philanthropy, which is a fairly typical day at Indiaspora, really. But it's all with a common theme and a common thread running through it. The purpose is to, which is Indiaspora's mission, is to inspire the global Indian diaspora to be a force for good and to connect leaders across several countries and various professions with leaders resident in India. So with that, I'd like to invite my my co-panelists over for the fireside chat that we are about to have now, which is about how diaspora philanthropy can benefit India. Can I invite Sumit Dayal? Sumit is the CEO of Give Grants. The organization that is known as Give today was formerly known as Give India. I'm sure many of you have heard of them. And also I'd like to invite Jyotirmoy Chatterjee, fondly known as JC, who is the head of Giving Pi. And Giving Pi sits under the organization known as Diaspora, which I'm sure many of you have heard of as well. Thank you, JC. You can sit here, perhaps on this side. Thanks, JC and Sumit, for joining us here today. So let me start the conversation on diaspora philanthropy. Sumit, first of all, with you. Indiaspora and Give are partners in a joint venture which focuses on diaspora philanthropy from America towards India. So if you could start by talking to all our attendees and participants about not only a little bit obviously about Give, but also about the rationale behind the joint venture and what it is that we are focusing on.
Thanks, Sanjeev. I think what the joint venture focuses on, in fact, pretty much everything that Give does and has been doing for 23 years is all directed towards one single purpose. We need to make giving bigger and better. There are enough nonprofits in India doing fabulous work in literally every corner of this country, in literally every single intervention area that you can think of. Be it education, health, livelihoods, climate action. There are new models emerging every day with very, very committed and smart people working on it. Giving is the fuel for all of this work to happen. And our job is to solve that part of the problem. Over the last 23 years, we did that in India. And now with Indiaspora's help and support, we are trying to do that with the Indian diaspora in the US. So that's the ultimate objective. Just to put that in some quantitative context, $25 billion of remittances come from the US to India every year. $500 million out of that is philanthropic giving by individuals. I'm leaving aside foundations and institutional money. Individuals and families in the US giving philanthropic money to India is around $500 million. That's likely to become 3x in the next 7 or 8 years. And the reason simply is that the diaspora has been extremely successful, has created immense wealth, has a strong connect with India. But this whole journey of what it is today to what it can become, which sounds really good, 3x in 7 years is brilliant. It will only happen if folks living in the US find enough trusted, transparent, reliable avenues to give to India, where they know what happens to that money, and that money goes and gets used in a way that it creates real impact. And that impact can be visible, again, back to the giver. That's what this joint venture is trying to do. It's trying to take these trusted options to the givers in the US. It's trying to do that in a way that it connects to their philanthropic journey. A large number of them are second generation members of the diaspora. Their connect with India is very different from what their parents might have been. Many of them empathize with causes which are very, very different from what may have been the case 10 years back. Climate action today versus education at a different point in time is a classical example of that choice. So we're trying to do things that solve for each of these and help drive this growth in philanthropy because the need for it is immediate, has always been immediate, and is always there.
Sumit, you talked about trusted channels of giving. I just want to link that back to something that MR said this morning. MR talked about giving during COVID that Indiaspora was engaged in towards India. And indeed, one of the trusted partners that we used at that time was GIVE. This was even before our joint venture was signed, because we are aware of GIVE's reach and its vetting in terms of the partners that you work with here in India. JC, if I can turn to you in the context of Giving Pie. Giving Pie fundamentally is the memorandum of understanding that we have between our organizations is focused on, for now, 3 countries. We are working on the UK, Singapore, and indeed the UAE. But Giving Pie is also fundamentally different than the work that GIVE does, and in certain areas or certain circumstances can be complementary. So why don't you talk a little bit about the rationale for our work together and why these 3 countries?
Well, thank you, Sanjeev, and we're very excited about our partnership with Indiaspora. And I think so just to respond to that question, I'd like to set a little bit of the context, right? There's this interesting data stat that I kind of came across a few years back, which was published by the UN, which said at the current rate of progress and funding that's happening in the social impact space, it will take until 2094 to solve for the sustainable development goals, which are supposed to be achieved by 2030. And this data point was pre-COVID. Now let's forget what the actual number is in terms of whether it's 100 years, 90 years, 60 years. The reality is that although there is heightened momentum in terms of social impact, there's an increased need of urgency for us to really accelerate the way we need to solve some of these issues. And in that context, at an overarching level, we believe families are very fundamental to really helping bridge this inequity at large. Why? Because at the end of the day, the country that we see in terms of India today has been built by families, and we believe the power of families can be very catalytic to really solving some of these inequities that are there. And in that context, Giving Pie, what we're trying to do is saying that today there are so many families who are passionately pursuing various philanthropic endeavors, but I would say they're all in silos of excellence, right? As in we heard of great example just before us, and there are many, many more. If we really have to solve for any of these issues that are there, no one family can solve for it, and hence we believe that it's super critical that families who are interested about specific issues are able to learn, collaborate with each other, which is not happening to the extent that it should. And that with that intent, we've kind of forged this partnership. So Giving Pie is an invite-only network which brings in families who are already pursuing philanthropy into a common umbrella for us to learn, share, and collaborate between families. And in that context, in the last 1 year, we've kind of have 250 such families who are a part of the network, who annually channelize close to 1,000 crores to the development sector in India. And we've kind of just partnered with Indiaspora to scale it up globally because we're seeing a lot of diaspora families all interested in different issues, but are also wanting to shape their understanding in terms of these issues based on what's happening in India. And that's where we see that there's a lot of potential of connecting, let's say, families sitting in UK, London, Singapore, and other geographies to families who are addressing these issues in India, because what was said and done, today trust is still deficit globally in terms of the Indian social sector. And we believe that collaboration between families can really be very catalytic to really addressing or accelerating journeys. But then it's also to say, suppose someone is interested in mental health, or for that matter, animal welfare, or for that matter, education, healthcare, can some of these families come together, collectively make that 1 + 1 = 11 sort of network effects in terms of accelerating the impact, right? And that's where both with the families, but also both Giving Pie and Indiaspora leveraging our strengths across these geographies to really bring the power of families to build an India that we all want to aspire for.
A couple of observations, JC. First of all, regarding the trust deficit, several articles have been written about that. Both our organizations here, both your organizations have done work in this area or are doing work. In fact, Indiaspora also did a survey a few years ago about giving from America to India, where we identified the trust deficit as one of the key barriers. It's not surprising instinctively to a lot of people that are sitting here, but I think we have quantifiable data that shows that that is indeed an obstacle that needs to be overcome. You know, I know that we have limited time and we sort of want to keep the trains running on time, but there are a couple of things that I want to bring you both in on very quickly. The first is an area that Sumit, you referred to, which is in terms of the next gen. So the next generation and working with the next gen of the diaspora is one of Indiaspora's priorities. There was a breakout session earlier today, in fact, on that very subject. What is it that we can do, Sumit, I'll bring you in first and then JC. What is it that we can do given the different priorities of the next gen, given that the next gen of the diaspora was not born and raised in India? And by the way, just to be clear, as just to preface you know, this question, one thing I will say is that at Indiaspora, we are strong believers and firm believers that philanthropy and social impact, while we keenly participate on giving towards India, and we accelerate and emphasize that, we are also very clear that if the mission of the organization, which is to be a force for good globally, is to be achieved, we are also very keen on encouraging the diaspora to give locally within their own economies, right? So we think both are important. It's not either or. But given that this conversation is focused on giving to India, Sumit, what is it that we can do to make sure that that giving habit towards India continues with the next gen that might have a slightly looser tie with India than did their parents?
I think the way the demographics is working, it's pretty obvious that the future of giving will be increasingly moving in that direction. There are two things that we're doing this year that are, you know, in my view, good examples of what needs to be done. The first is that we are shifting the causes that we are focusing on and creating more and more options in areas like climate action. We're working with highly reputed nonprofits in India and in the US to put together the India Climate Fund that will be working in areas that are just a lot more relevant and connected to the generation that's making those decisions today, right? The second aspect of this is exactly what you just said, Sanjeev, right? It is about giving to the US and giving to India all together. The connect with India is very, very different for the next generation. And we are putting together, it's going to start later in December this year, we are starting to put together groups of college students who would be coming to India and actively engaging with nonprofits that are working in specific areas in India over a 2-week period. These are immersion trips. These are, of course, trips to connect back to India, but more importantly, get a first-hand view of how philanthropy actually happens on the ground. And to do that with organizations that are not necessarily the biggest names, but that are doing fabulous, innovative work, which is ready to scale. The purpose of these trips is not to raise money. The purpose of these trips is to connect and engage with a donor in their philanthropic journey the way they would like to do it. And I think that shift is very, very necessary. We can't just take everything that happens in India and just go and say, now let's raise money for this in the US. That's never going to work. It never worked in India either. So why would it work in the US? It never works in any space. So we need to be, engaging with potential donors at their stage of life. These trips, as well as the Climate Fund, as well as creating platforms for Indian nonprofits to be visible in the US, not just as some random name, but as faces, as people, are the three things that I think over the next 6 months you'll see happening, which hopefully moves us along.
Thanks, Sumit. And I should take this opportunity to point out that the CEO of our joint venture between our two organizations is a gentleman named Ashish Shah, who lives in Seattle and who used to formerly work on Indiaspora's philanthropy team. He has also been, I know, quite instrumental in conceiving some of these ideas that you just talked about. JC, if I can bring you in on the same question. What is it that we can do to make sure that the next gen of the diaspora continues its philanthropic ties with India?
So I think there are a few aspects to this. One is what we're seeing as part of Giving Pies. The way the next generation is thinking about philanthropy is very different from how their parents might have approached philanthropy, both in terms of areas that they are picking, approaches that they are taking. And that's something that we need to acknowledge in terms of the intergenerational shift. Keeping that in mind, there are already next generation philanthropists who are actually doing phenomenal work. So the first thing that we're doing is saying, how do we really kind of connect folks who are already doing great work to folks who are aspirational and want to step up on their journey? And for that, we're kind of creating very bespoke conversations between next generation philanthropists to engage with each other in very intimate settings so that they are able to learn from each other's experiences, one. Second, a feedback that we got from, or an input that we got from several of our members was, we want our children to be kind of far more sensitized to India, to the point even Sumit is making. And in that context, and how do we kind of do that? So we actually partnered with Stanford PACS and launched something called as the Young Philanthropist Program to really kind of give an immersive program for kids of Giving Pie members to really get a deep dive understanding of philanthropy. So that's the second thing. Third is, I think, so we need to talk a lot more about good work that's happening. I think so today, why did people give a lot during COVID? Why? Because it was in the front, front page of all leading newspapers, and everyone knew about the issues, and that's why it raised the urgency. I think so there's a lot of good work happening. I think so if we are able to kind of showcase the good work of some of these next generation philanthropists to create relatable role models. Because when you are a next generation philanthropist, you're saying, okay, whom can I relate to? One is whom do you respect? And second, whom do I relate to in terms of inspiration? And I think so we need a new breed of role models as next generation philanthropists and really make them like the influencers and champions. Nikhil Kamath, who is the latest Giving Pledge signatory, is like, today celebrities, say Bollywood stars or cricketers, are all celebrities when they kind of really contribute to nation building in their own ways. Why aren't philanthropists also kind of made to showcase a lot of work and become celebrities in a certain shape and form, and that to inspire many others? So there are different pathways, but I think so it needs a lot of the playbook to unlock this is a playbook that has not been tried before. And I think so we need to say, what will it take to reimagine some of these approaches to kind of solving for this problem?
Right, yeah, that makes a lot of sense, JC, and not about the next gen specifically, but I think it's worth mentioning that one of Indiaspora's board members who spoke this morning, Rajan Navani, is one of the key champions of the Giving Pie idea and the network here in India. So that's further inspiration for our understanding that we have between our organizations. Second and last question in the, I guess, 2 or 3 minutes that we have left. This conference is about the journey towards India at 100. So what is it you think that diaspora philanthropy can do? Both of you, I'll turn to JC first this time and then to Sumit. What is it that you think that diaspora can do to accelerate impact
yeah, and measurable outcomes in this journey towards India at 100? Specific sectors, thoughts?
So I think so few pointed inputs on this. One, I think so there is a need to look at long-term investments in whichever sector you look at. I think so the moment you're looking at it with a 1-year, 2-year lens, you're not solving any issues. As in, you might get the joy of doing something in that context, but I think so to solve some of these issues, we need to take a longer-term bet towards kind of solving any issues. Second, I think so there needs to be increased risk appetite to kind of really fund innovations to really accelerate social impact, and how can philanthropy really become the risk capital for solving problems. Third is, I think so we need diaspora giving to be more catalytic, right? And I think Sumit and we were chatting very recently, it's like, if you have that quantum of money, you can never become the government, to what Ashish was saying, like government is the key and biggest NGO in the country. So how do you have philanthropic capital to actually become catalytic capital, which can actually unlock non-linear scale, right? And that is, I think, so important. Fourth, I think so we need to kind of diaspora philanthropy to pick up underserved causes, suppose underserved causes, regions and communities, right? These three which are underfunded, how can we have increased funding towards this? So I think so these are the few points. And I think so as we look at India at 100 today, what is the use of AI, machine learning, all of this? And I think so what we need to say is by 2047, as a country, we will actually not incrementally take some steps, but actually eradicate and solve for some of these issues. And I think so we need to kind of really look at it as a momentum and a movement as families, as all stakeholders to really resolve for that. Because let's be clear, at the current pace, we are not solving it. And that's why the urge is each of us need to step up and say, no, this is time critical and let's do the best we can. And over there, all of us need to work together. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, JC. I do see the time up board, but I definitely want to bring you in, Sumit, on this as well. So if you could provide us with your brief thoughts and ideas.
Yeah, and I'll keep the time up board in mind. In my view, it's actually very straightforward. When we're looking at India at 100, poverty and climate action are the two pillars at whose intersection the answer finally lies. This is what needs to be solved for. All of private philanthropy in India is 3% of what the government spends. So it's never going to replace it, right? I think Ashish would have probably delivered the same message exactly before this. So what is it that this 3% does that's going to make that remaining 97% move? That's going to be innovation, that's going to be testing out new models, which the government cannot do. Private philanthropy does that. Especially diaspora private philanthropy can do that very, very well, because it also comes with a strong set of networks, comfort with technology, and a willingness to take that risk. That's where we would love to see most of the diaspora philanthropy getting concentrated, not to fund just another building, not to fund just another program, not to fund just another extension, but to fund creation of new models, which can then be adopted and implemented at scale. There is no other way that in the next 25 years we can move the meter unless somebody takes the risk. It's no different from venture capital in a sense. Someone has to take that first risk for the rest of the world to follow.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Sumit. Thanks, JC. Really enjoyed this conversation. Maybe we can do a quick picture with our partner organizations. Come. Thank you. One last. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Call up the next session, please.
Absolutely deserve an applause. And so I just want to say that we have several new members at the Indiaspora team, and we don't know all of you. So it would be wonderful if you stop us outside and say hello. That's all I wanted to say. But I do have the pleasure of introducing the next panel. and which is on a global collaboration for ethical and responsible giving. And I would be very happy if Mr. Shekhawat would join me on the stage so I can introduce him. This is Mr. Bhavani Singh Shekhawat, and he's widely recognized as a global change maker and is a Carlton Fellow. And he's had a career of 4 decades with top companies in Europe, Asia, Middle East, Africa, and North America. And he's currently a global mentor and board member at the Akshay Patra Foundation, the world's largest and perhaps most celebrated school meals program. And it currently serves over 2.3 million children every day in India, and having served nearly 4 billion meals. So Mr. Bhavani lives in London and also calls Jaipur home. Very nice to meet you. And he's going to bring the rest of the panel on board.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Indiaspora, MR, Sanjeev, and the team for this opportunity. I see this session largely as a continuation of what we just heard, but for the simple fact that we have a fantastic panel where my fellow panelists would be practitioners, and one of them obviously is a philanthropist. I think that the whole conversation around development has moved up a notch and probably got accentuated straight after COVID. And there are 2 or 3 reasons for this, and particularly when we look at India, for example. On the one hand, we have the economy galloping away, 5 trillion, India at 100, fantastic ambition, great faith, and obviously a lot of interest from the world around us. But equally, around the world, we have challenges that are unprecedented. I live in England, where for the first time we have food inflation of 17%, and never seen the kind of poverty that we see in a G7 country. So on the one hand, we have this 2-speed world where macroeconomics or global wealth has been galloping away. But on the other hand, like you just heard, our problems have remained the same. Our number 1 UN SDG is poverty, number 2 is hunger. And over the years, we have probably collaborated to create one more, which is the 17 SDGs. And not only it is shameful, and I'm using this word responsibly, that we are 70 or 60 years behind the run rate on when we should have solved our problems. The funding gap between the SDGs and the money that is available to solve for them is in excess of $100 trillion. We'll never have the money to solve our problems. So what do we do to ensure that my grandchildren, your children, grandchildren, do not face up or do not have to live in a world where poverty continues to be our number 1 problem? Lack of nutrition, lack of food remains our problem, and we have additional problems. So that's an interesting conundrum that we find ourselves in. Alongside, there is really no such thing today as a first world and a third world. There is enough of the first world in the third, and there's enough of the third in the first. I was just speaking to my fellow panelists, and they said in Canada, 1 in 3 children suffer from hunger. In the UK, that number is 1 in 4. 1 in 4 children in the United Kingdom, which is a G7 country, live in food poverty. And it's probably, the jury is out whether those proportions are worse there than what we have in India. So what it really means for the 2nd generation philanthropists, what frameworks, what kind of collaboration do they need to ensure that they make or they leave the world a little bit more equitable, a little bit more better than how they inherited. So given these challenges, I have the privilege of inviting my fellow panelists, Aditya Jha from Canada, among other things. He proudly wears the Canadian Honor Order of Merit, and he's been doing a lot of interesting work from Canada in India. Shantini Naidu, who's traveled all the way from down under. She's the CEO of St. Vincent's Current Foundation, which funds a whole load of healthcare initiatives. Mittal. Mittal Gohil from the Desai Foundation, again, actively engaged in philanthropy in 6 states in India. And Mansi, who runs the Delhi chapter of Teach India Foundation. So if I could ask each one of you to quickly introduce a little bit about your work to the team, but also share with the group out here, where do you think some of your biggest challenges lie? We've heard a lot of interesting tidbits throughout the sessions today. $500 million flowing into India just from the United States in terms of philanthropy, the challenges of philanthropy in India, the frameworks, the lack of collaborative models, and so on and so forth. So Aditya, if I could start with you, could you just share with us your experience in philanthropy, your challenges, and what you think might be a better framework than what we have currently?
This is a very, very rich question, and it would deserve that I should give a very long response, but I will not. But also you said in the beginning that introduce yourself. And I thought I'm going to introduce myself in a very different way, not as who I have been, but who I would like to be. And I would like to be introduced towards the end of my journey as a philanthropist, not as what I did, where I worked, whether I succeeded in a business or not succeeded. So that would be my introduction. I have grown into philanthropy, and I distinguish between philanthropy and charity. I think most of the things which happens is a charity, which I consider to be very transactional. And philanthropy is charity you give to something, some cause, to someone. Philanthropy eventually keep giving to yourself, because you are constantly evolving yourself in terms of what you want, what you like, what you want. I think the best example would be, I don't think Tilak said that I'm going to give Indians freedom. He says, Swatantrata mera janma siddh adhikar hai, mera. He didn't say yours. So I think philanthropists eventually, they do things for themselves, what they really believe. Their self becomes more enlightened. And when they're giving to themselves, the impact of that giving happens on the masses. So that is the distinction I would say. For me, I had chosen, I started my philanthropic journey in 2003 and chose 3 fields, and I dropped one, and I have continued with 2. One is education and entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship was primarily focused on nurturing entrepreneurship in the Aboriginal community of Canada. And for education, I did with the universities. But as I have spent last 4 years more so in my village in Bihar, and I have recognized that what the world needs primarily, if I have to choose the proportion, even more than education, is wealth creation or job creation by yourself. So micro entrepreneurship is going to be increasingly my focus.
Thank you, Aditya. Shantini, if I could extend this question to you, because you run an interesting foundation that is really an external arm of an organization that you singularly support. What has been your experience in building an effective model of governance and perhaps an attitude to giving for the organization that you run?
Thanks, Bhavani. So as Bhavani said, I'm the CEO of St Vincent's Curran Foundation. We're the fundraising arm for St Vincent's Health Australia, which is the largest not-for-profit health provider in the country, and we cross over public and private, aged care, at-home services, virtual care, and service about 3.3 million patients a year, which is big in Australia. the organisation was founded on the mission of serving the poor and the vulnerable. Because we're not for profit, even though we have government funding and we also have private hospitals where we generate money to fund our system, philanthropy is essential to funding gaps in that system. There's a number of comments that have been made. I think Sumit in the last panel talked about the fact that ultimately if philanthropy will not solve the problem sustainably in terms of health inequity, and in Australia we do have also a significant health inequity with our homeless populations and our Indigenous populations, which is why I'm proudly wearing this Indigenous design dress to highlight the fact that still in Australia, Indigenous Australians have a 17-year, there's a 17-year life expectancy gap. And for a country like Australia, that is still, you know, a terrible situation to be in. So in our system, what we've done is try to really align our philanthropy to focus on how we can change the system through improved models of care, new models of care, and also through innovation. And that aspect of our healthcare system does not have the capability to attract government funding. And therefore, in fact, the hospital system in Australia is almost disincentivised because it's funded on a model of healthcare in the hospital. And so we use philanthropy as much as we can to try and support change in the system and actually build in evaluation and measures from the start with the aim of then embedding it into the healthcare landscape nationally. And so in that, I think there are learnings in terms of how you can set up a framework, because it is a partnership. Philanthropy is a partnership, as Aditya just said, and there's as much responsibility on the side, I think, of the fundraiser to actually manage the expectations of that partnership from the start. And in terms of building in the sort of ethical and responsible methodologies to encourage philanthropists not to place unnecessary demands on the already, you know, stretched resources of the public health system, for example, to manage the level of influence that they expect to have or the level of advantage that they sometimes seek can be a challenge. And you can only do that successfully if you are able to work in partnership. Because a lot of the programs that we fund take a long time, they take 5 to 10 years sometimes to gather the data to actually prove that it should be then funded by government. We really strive to work with philanthropists on a multi-year basis. So we, you know, seek to develop a program with the philanthropists that can actually then track outcomes over a long period and also then prove the case to government for sustainable funding.
It's quite interesting that you bake into the whole program both elements of sustainability and shared responsibility whilst keeping a strong sort of governance structure.
Well, we try.
Right, right. If I move it over to you, Mittal. We heard an interesting perspective from an organization that is set up to fund exclusively the arm that they support. In your case, you do multiple kinds of work in multiple states. What do you think would be your biggest challenge in terms of seeking collaboration from both philanthropists as well as the agencies that you collaborate with to create the kind of impact that you aspire to?
Hello. Yeah. I am Mittal Gohil, and I run an organization called the Desai Foundation Trust. Just to clarify, my first name is Mittal and my last name is Gohil, because normally people do get it that Mittal is my last name. So just to clarify, my name is Mittal. The Desai Foundation aims to empower women and children through community programs by elevating health, livelihood, and menstrual equity. 25 years ago, we started working in one state. I mean, back then, I was not even with the Desai Foundation when they started. We were only in Gujarat, but the way we have the way we have structured our program is quite scalable. That's why now we work in 8 states in India. And we, I mean, entire of our programs aim to work with women and children. Just to answer your question, Bhavani, that of course, we are not doing any work by ourselves in the states that we work in. The way we operate is that we collaborate with community-based organization locally. So like Sumit really said well, that there are thousands of NGO who works in local area who do provide extensive hard work and like give their 100% to make sure that we bring the change that we really want to create the impact in the communities. But when it comes to philanthropy, one thinks that it's an individual and personal desire. Like, you know, they want to bring a change, they want to enforce things on people the way they think. But it's really not about an individual intention, rather it should be a collaborative effort. Because when there are 5 people collaborating to create an impact, there are diversity, there are different strengths, there are multiple things that can bring to a table to create a positive and a sustainable change. So the way we work in the rural communities, it's really hard, challenging, and of course, from the point of view of the philanthropist, when we collaborate or when we have a donor, it's very typical way of giving. Like, you know, there is no structure in it. Like they'll say, okay, we'll fund you for 6 months, or we'll give you for 12 months. There is not long-term investment we have noticed the way we are giving right now to the organizations. So first and foremost thing that I would propose here is that once you are starting investing, the way it should be structured is for the long term. And of course, it has to be supported not only through the capital expenses, but it also has to include the operational cost, because we need a human force to make sure that we create impact that you want to see the impact. I mean, everybody is giving just to make sure that we have an impact. We have numbers that, oh, we have impacted millions of people. That's what everybody wants to see when they give money, right? But to do so, you need to invest your money for long term. That way it will help us to bring the real change in the communities.
Thanks, Mittal. I think there's a common strain around sustainability or sustainable funding or capacity building. So if I was to move it over to you, Mansi, what you do by design is a catalyst, education. And therefore, you have to collaborate with multiple stakeholders, you know, be they the school system, be it the government, be it the parents and children themselves. And so therefore, what would be your approach to making sure that A, there's suitable and more collaboration, but also it becomes sustainable or self-sustaining in a way?
Thank you for that question. I'm Mansi. I'm from Teach for India, not Teach India, just clarifying that quickly. And I have myself been a teacher in 2012, and I am currently in my 12th year of my work with Teach for India. What we do here is actually, we aim to create an India free of poverty filled with love. That is something that we aspire to do, and we do that by committing to 3 commitments: commitment to leading self, commitment to leading others, and commitment to leading India. And when I extend the same 3 commitments to the work that, you know, our donors, philanthropists do, it's very simple. Leading self, I think you spoke about this, how it's so important to immerse yourself in the work that we're doing. Money is very important for us to survive and do the operations, but if we truly want to thrive, we need more than money, right? We need your expertise, we need your guidance. One of the important experiences that I have had a good fortune of having incredible people on my advisory board who not just give, but actually are able to contribute much more. So they help us solve problems, they help us give strategic direction, they help us break barriers that we foresee in our work. Today we serve about 32,000 students across 8 regions in India, and we have about 4,000 plus leaders doing this work even beyond the fellowship that we have. So the first thing about leading self is how do we immerse ourselves? Then comes the commitment of leading others. How do we ensure we are being advocates and ambassadors of the work, right? Of course, we need you, but we need many more like you. And we need all of these people to not just believe in our work, but contribute to our work. And so how can you bring in those partners, the cross-sectoral partners that have not heard about us, that don't know about our vision and mission? And I say that for Teach for India, but I actually say that for all organizations, right? How do you bring people to this work more and more and aggregate them towards the cause? And finally, leading India, right? We are doing something much beyond what the organization is trying to do. We are trying to create an India free of poverty, filled with love. And that cannot happen with micro inputs. It takes a village to raise a child, is what we always believe in at Teach for India, right? And that village, if it expands to India, we need so many more partners who can come in and do the work, who know that, okay, there's a pilot that's working, how do we scale it? What does it take to not only fund the pilot, but fund the scalability of that pilot, the sustainability, as you said. So I think these would be 3 extensions of what we do internally to what you could do as a contributor.
Fantastic. You know, there's a constant theme around development, which is really around serving underserved causes. I think we had Sumit mention it. But equally, to create structural reforms within the for impact sector for speed and scale. At Akshay Patra, we often say that when 5 people get together to feed 50, the 5 feel a lot better about it than 50. But if 5 people could come together to feed 50,000, then that's truly bringing human ingenuity, intelligence, systemic learning, change, and advocacy, and everything that the universe has been kindly gifting us. Then that truly creates systemic change. So Shantini, in this context, what really would be an interesting ethical or moral challenge? Because a lot of people fundraise for sustainability and for long-term impact, so on and so forth. But a philanthropist gives because they feel strongly about something. And there is a lot of discussion around the ethics and morality of giving. Do you want to share some of your thoughts around where there might be an interesting conversation to be had?
Actually, I think from what I've been hearing in the last few days, from speaking to people in this room and on this panel, what's occurred to me is that we have a whole lot of philanthropists and people here and in the Indiaspora around the world in cultures where philanthropy is probably operating a little bit more strategically. And in fact, cultural change around the expectations of funders is something that could take a long time. But in fact, if we've got the philanthropists themselves, particularly in this Indiaspora group, where, you know, they're also being philanthropists in Canada or Australia or the US particularly, that experience could really contribute to helping solve some of the framework and cultural issues of that shift that's needed for philanthropy to solve some of these systemic issues more strategically. And so cultural change, and Australia is not that established in philanthropy. 20 years ago, I did a Churchill Fellowship to study philanthropy in the US and the UK because philanthropy was so underdeveloped in Australia, and that's not a very long time. So in 24 years' time, as a diaspora, we could have really made a difference by bringing the learnings from cultures where it's more developed to India. So I think that could be a contribution which goes beyond money from this group.
Interesting. Aditya, if I may turn it over to you, because you've been giving individually both time and money, and you've shared some mixed experiences. So if there was one or two changes that you'd like to bring about that create a fantastic framework around ethics and morality of giving, what would that be?
So my journey has been for over the last 20 years, and I think a lot about this philanthropy, as I said. My style so far had been more like a cowboy style. I have my money, I like this cause, I like this guy, let me give me some money here. But I have recognized that is not the best way of doing it. And I also realized that I have worked with people who are way more, they have way more money than I have, is that by us giving, it's not going to make any systemic change. We need the catalytic kind of ingredient or a recipe into philanthropy. And especially on this forum, in Diaspora forum, I would say that there should be debate and discussion about how the diaspora givers, instead of only thinking about giving their money to their cause, how they can make a catalytic impact. And not only they give, but they motivate the locals to give. And couple that, and also leverage, I would say a multi-layered leverage of using government resources. I have seen that people like us have more credibility in my locality where I have grown up. They look up to you. And when I'm ready to give my money, I'm ready to give my presence, then I can also motivate and use and leverage the government resources. So that catalytic part, and ultra, one, I know the time is up, but ultra net worth people in India, many of them doing things because the CSR is mandatory. And there is a lot of criticism of that there is sometimes, and maybe it's anecdotal, there is a flow back of the fund. That in some way, direct or indirect. So we have to see that how that thing is plugged and managed.
So just a quick comment from Mansi, you first, and Mittal, you next. Around, if you had one request from philanthropists that would help you do your job a lot better, a lot faster, and to greater impact, what would that be?
Yeah, I mean, I'll go back to what I said, but act. I think beyond giving, act, get involved, tell us what's working, what's not working, how do we do this for a much larger audience than what we are already doing. But I think for that we need more than money. We need the time, we need the guidance. So I would love for us to come together, and like my board meetings are an example of that, where people just get together and think of innovation, ideas, how do we solve for barriers in this wicked problem of education, and then actually just go ahead and do it and see if it works or not. So more than just giving, how do you like get us to innovate, stay with us, and then help us get a little bit faster, a little bit longer. That would be something that would help us.
Great. Mittal?
I would completely agree with her that, more than money, what we need is time, your expertise, the strength, the kind of diversity that you bring in to the table, because pouring money will never solve the problems. If that would have been the real, if money is solving the problem, that we would have probably gotten out of all these nonprofits that work in rural areas. So money is not the only thing that we need when we actually work in the communities. What we need is the time, the expertise, and of course, the problem solving and solutions to create more impact in the communities. That's what we need as a nonprofit when we work in rural area. And if I can take 1 minute to just explain one live example of it, is that on the ethical and responsible giving, that when we, in 2020, when we met SP Hinduja, they were like, we want to support 500 families who lost their family members during COVID time, and they just wanted to give away money. So then we jumped in and we said, giving away money will never solve the family problems. You should rather deploy the family member who lost their family members from the community, and they will thrive and run all of our programmings in their own communities. And those 500 heroes on ground right now are leading all of our programmings in 1,500 villages in 8 states in India, and they are the one who have now become the real heroes who are bringing the change in the communities. So that's what we want, that the money that we are getting needs to be directed towards the real impact that we should bring in the communities. So, yeah.
Great. I really wish I could invite questions from the audience, but the panelists are going to be around. I'm sure you can meet and ask them questions. But if I was to summarize this whole discussion, to me, 3 things stand out. One is that from the standpoint of organizations that are executing wonderful programs on the ground, they need a little bit more than money. So money is a necessary, not sufficient condition. So maybe, like Ashish talked about system orchestrators, we probably need a Shark Tank equivalent. I think philanthropists should take stake in the philanthropy work that they do and truly give the very best that they have. In other words, if you are a Siemens or a telecom company, what is your genius that you can bring to the work that might have a social orientation? Because whether it's technology, we've heard so much about AI and robotics, and Akshay Patra, we use blockchain, AI, robotics, and artificial intelligence to actually put a fantastic meal together so that children can enable themselves into education and so on and so forth. So if the very best in the world could combine with the very best in the world, then we could leapfrog our problems. In other words, we won't be staring at a situation 20 years down the road where our number 1 problem is poverty, number 2 is hunger, and then global economy has gone into 500 trillion or so on and so forth. So that's clearly an ask. The second is probably there is, in that framework, there is a stronger need for long-term capacity building. I hear a lot of philanthropists engage in philanthropy saying that I want this to be done in 12 months or 6 months or 8 months. I think some of our panelists have been shy of talking about it, but we did have a prior discussion. How do we really have long-term capacity building? In other words, if you were to enable an organization, what would be the Uber? And maybe that's not the best example of social impact. That how long would it take for an organization not just to develop speed and scale, but to create the kind of impact that we envisaged in the very beginning, and to invest in that capacity building? And once again, there could be system orchestrators, but there could be incubators that, in addition to philanthropy, that is required. And the third thing is really, how do we coalesce? How do we create interoperability between our various SDGs? Our SDGs are not orthogonal. They are not, mutually exclusive. Collectively, they might be exhaustive. But how do we create interoperability? How do we create a system where, like Mittal just said, that you empower a family to not just leapfrog education, but to create a system where they have better health, better attainment, better education, better lifestyles, and also leave behind a better environment. And while it might seem onerous, it's doable, because we do have minds that have created some of the world's best organizations. So clearly, if you could bring that into philanthropy and into social impact, the world would be a better place faster. Thank you.
Thank you so much, esteemed panel. It was great. We're taking their picture, but let me start the last session before coffee break, which I will guarantee you will inspire you. So this came through one of our members from the Jewish diaspora, Indian Jewish diaspora. He's an Indiaspora member in San Francisco, Abe Sophir, who was born in Mumbai, moved to the US, and is a part of the Indiaspora membership network. So he said I had to meet this gentleman who was just visiting from Israel. So I happened to meet him, and his story is truly inspiring. He was born and raised in Australia, goes to New York City to get his education, gets educated there, meets his wife-to-be, they get married, they go over to Israel, settle down in Israel. And then by chance, he's on a trip to India to do some IT stuff. He's in the IT industry. Starts walking the streets of Mumbai, falls in love with the city and with the problems that the people face, and decides to solve them. So he starts a nonprofit that does work in Mumbai and Maharashtra, but he is from Tel Aviv. So please give a warm welcome to Jacob.
I'm a little bit tall. Okay. Hi, everybody. Namaskar. Those panels were just amazing. I learned a lot. Thank you also, MR, for this opportunity. My name is Jacob Stockman. Again, like MR said, I'm an Australian-born child of Hungarian and Polish immigrants, married to an American, living in Israel and working in India. So, like many of you, I too live in the diaspora. But something happened around 12 years ago that changed the trajectory of my life in ways that I did not anticipate. In 2011, I was working in a high-tech company in Tel Aviv and was sent to Mumbai. And while in Mumbai, I had the afternoons free, and I like to walk. And as you know, if you're in Mumbai and you walk 15 minutes in any direction, you end up in what they call a slum. And what I saw shook me to my core. I saw children with distended stomachs rummaging through mounds of garbage, searching for food to eat. I saw one child being lowered into a sewer, used by adults to clean out the sewer drains. And when he came out, he was full of black tar. I saw children as young as 5 years old working on the streets and in small makeshift factories instead of attending school. And my heart sank. I have 4 children, thank God, and I thought to myself, these children are just like my children, just like your children.
की आयु 1 साल निर्धारित की गई थी, परंतु LBM-3 द्वारा बहुत ही सटीक इंजेक्शन और मिशन मैनेजमेंट की वजह से चंद्रयान 2 काफ़ी लंबे समय तक कार्यरत रहेगा। अब तक चंद्रयान 2 चंद्रमा के लगभग सभी भागों का चित्र ले चुका है। इसका एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण पेलोड OHRC यानी कि ऑर्बिटर हाई रिजोल्यूशन कैमरा विश्व का सबसे बेहतरीन कैमरा है, जो कि चंद्रमा के सतह का लगातार पिक्चर भेज रहा है। अब मैं आरुषि जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आप लोगों को इसरो के वर्तमान मिशन चंद्रयान 3 के बारे में बताएं।
अभी आपने मिश्रा जी के द्वारा सुना इसरो के अब तक के लूनार मिशंस का विवरण। अब चलते हैं टुवर्ड्स चंद्रयान।
अगस्त 2023 आज की शाम इसरो के वैज्ञानिकों और सभी अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिकों के साथ लैंडर मॉड्यूल को चंद्रमा के सतह पर उतरने के ऐतिहासिक पलों को देखने के लिए तैयार और उत्सुक हैं। जी हाँ, इसरो के गौरवपूर्ण इतिहास में एक और अध्याय जुड़ने जा रहा है और आज हम सब लोग इसके साक्षी बनेंगे। आप ये सारे विजुअल्स अपने स्क्रीन पर इसरो के मिशन ऑपरेशन कॉम्प्लेक्स यानी मॉक से देख रहे हैं, जो कि बेंगलुरु में स्थित टेलीमेट्री ट्रैकिंग एंड कमांड नेटवर्क इस ट्रैक से प्रसारित किया जा रहा है। ये विजुअल्स आपको पावर डिसेंट के काउंटडाउन और उस पथ को प्रदर्शित कर रहा है जिस पे चलकर लैंडर आज चंद्रमा के साउथ पोल पे सेफ और सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करेगा। आपको ध्यान दिला दूं, इस समय हम लोग पावर डिसेंट शुरू होने से लगभग 22 मिनट दूर हैं। जो दर्शक थोड़ी देर से जुड़े हैं उनकी जानकारी के लिए बता दें, आप लोग इस ऐतिहासिक पल को इसरो के ऑफिशियल वेबसाइट, फेसबुक, ट्विटर और यूट्यूब पे भी देख सकते हैं।
Honorable dignitaries, delegates, scientists, media personnel, and dear viewers, a very good evening to all of you. We at ISRO welcome you to the live coverage of India's prestigious Chandrayaan-3 mission's landing event on the lunar surface. These are the visuals from Mission Operation Complex at ISRO's Telemetry Tracking and Command Network, ISTRAC, situated in Namma, Bengaluru, Karnataka. I, Arushi Seth, and my colleague, Dr. Padamdeo Mishra, are your hosts for the evening and shall accompany you on the journey of the landing event from powered descent start to touchdown. Today, we shall be witnessing the final phase of the critical and most technologically challenging mission operations of Chandrayaan-3, wherein the lander module will be making a safe and soft landing on the surface of the moon. These display screens show the countdown to the power descent start as well as the path that will be followed by the lander module. We are 18 minutes away from the commencement of power descent. India is at the brink of creating history as we all await with bated breath to witness the landing on Moon's south polar region.
सही मायने में कहूँ तो अंतरिक्ष का कोई भी मिशन हो और चाहे किसी भी देश के द्वारा संचालित किया जा रहा हो, इसरो मिशन की निश्चितता और अनिश्चितता के बीच बहुत ही महीन अंतर होता है, जिससे कि एक मिशन सफल या असफल होता है। लेकिन ना हम थके ना हम हारे। हमने पिछली कमियों को सुधारते हुए आज पूरी तरह से आश्वस्त किया है कि लैंडर मॉड्यूल निश्चित तौर पे चंद्रमा के सतह पर सेफ और सॉफ्ट लैंडिंग करेगा। सभी दर्शकों के जानकारी के लिए अब हम इसरो के अब तक के सभी लूनर मिशंस को संक्षिप्त विवरण प्रस्तुत करेंगे। जी हाँ, इसरो का पहला मून मिशन चंद्रयान 1 अक्टूबर 2008 में PSLV रॉकेट के द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था। चंद्रयान 1 ने चंद्रमा के सतह पर पानी की खोज करके पहले ही इतिहास रच चुका है। यही कारण है कि आजकल विश्व के तमाम अंतरिक्ष वैज्ञानिक और स्पेस एजेंसियां चंद्रमा को और करीब से जानने के लिए उत्सुक दिख रही हैं। अगर हम बात करें चंद्रयान 2 की, जो इसरो का दूसरा मिशन है, जुलाई 2019 में इसरो के सबसे ताकतवर रॉकेट LVM-3 द्वारा सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपित किया गया था और आज भी लगभग 4 साल बाद यह चंद्रमा के 100 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट में घूमते हुए बहुत ही उत्तम क्वालिटी का डेटा प्रदान कर रहा है। मिशन के प्रारंभ में इसकी आयु 1 साल निर्धारित की गई थी, परंतु LVM-3 द्वारा बहुत ही सटीक इंजेक्शन और मिशन मैनेजमेंट की वजह से चंद्रयान 2 काफ़ी लंबे समय तक कार्यरत रहेगा। अब तक चंद्रयान 2 चंद्रमा के लगभग सभी भागों का चित्र ले चुका है। इसका एक बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण पेलोड OHRC यानी कि ऑर्बिटर हाई रेजोल्यूशन कैमरा विश्व का सबसे बेहतरीन कैमरा है, जो कि चंद्रमा के सतह का लगातार पिक्चर भेज रहा है। अब मैं ROC जी से निवेदन करूंगा कि वो आप लोगों को इसरो के वर्तमान मिशन चंद्रयान 3 के बारे में बताएं।
अभी आपने मिश्रा जी के द्वारा सुना इसरो के अब तक के लूनार मिशंस का विवरण। अब चलते हैं टुवर्ड्स Chandrayaan 3, the follow-up mission of Chandrayaan 2, which has been designed to accomplish our mission goals. The primary objective of Chandrayaan 3 mission is the demonstration of safe and soft landing on the lunar surface. This demonstration is a critical aspect for ISRO's future interplanetary missions. In addition to this, the mission objectives also include demonstration of roving capability and conduction of in situ scientific experiments on Moon's surface. Carried on the shoulders of India's heaviest rocket LVM-3 on the 14th of July, Chandrayaan 3 was placed in the precise elliptic parking orbit of size 170 by 36,500 kilometers. ISRO, in its mission plan of following the incremental trajectory approach, carried a total of 5 earthbound maneuvers. The fifth apogee raising maneuver, which took place on the 25th of July, placed the spacecraft in an orbit of 250 by 1,27,000 kilometers. At the early hours of 1st August, the translunar injection was carried out, after which the composite module began the final leg of its long journey of nearly 3,84,000 kilometers for its rendezvous with the Moon. The TLI was a key step in the mission, enabling the spacecraft to escape Earth's gravitational pull and travel to the Moon. An orbit of 288 by 3,69,328 kilometers was achieved at the end of the translunar injection.
जी हाँ, ट्रांसलूनर इंजेक्शन किसी भी इंटरप्लेनेटरी मिशन के लिए बहुत ही आवश्यक परंतु कठिन ऑपरेशन होता है। इस सफल मैन्यूवर के बाद चंद्रयान 3 पृथ्वी से दूर निकलकर चंद्रमा के प्रभाव क्षेत्र में एक हाइपरबोलिक ट्रेजेक्ट्री के द्वारा पहुंचाया गया। पुनः 5 अगस्त 2023 को लूनर ऑर्बिट इंसर्शन के द्वारा चंद्रयान 3 को 160 किलोमीटर के पेरीलून और 18,000 किलोमीटर के अपोलून के साथ चंद्रमा के इलिप्टिकल ऑर्बिट में स्थापित कर दिया गया। TLI के तरह LOI भी एक बहुत जटिल ऑपरेशन होता है। इसमें हमें यह ध्यान देना आवश्यक होता है कि उपग्रह के वेगमान को एक निश्चित बिंदु से घटाया जा सके, अन्यथा उपग्रह चंद्रमा के प्रभाव क्षेत्र से बाहर निकल जाएगा। LOI के सफलतापूर्वक परिचालन के बाद चंद्रयान 3 की कक्षा को 4 बार और परिवर्तित किया गया। इस दौरान चंद्रमा की अधिकतम ऊंचाई को घटाकर 160 किलोमीटर कर दिया गया। इस पूरी प्रक्रिया में प्रपल्सन मॉड्यूल का लगभग 755 किलोग्राम ईंधन का उपयोग हुआ और चंद्रयान 3 के वेग मान को लगभग 850 मीटर प्रति सेकंड कम कर दिया गया। लैंडर मॉड्यूल को लगभग 150 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट में स्थापित करने के बाद 17 अगस्त 2023 को प्रपल्सन मॉड्यूल से अलग कर दिया गया। पुनः लैंडर मॉडल के ऑर्बिट को 2 डीबूस्ट मैन्यूवर्स के द्वारा 150 किलोमीटर के सर्कुलर ऑर्बिट से घटाकर 25 गुणे 130 किलोमीटर के एलिप्टिकल ऑर्बिट में स्थापित कर दिया गया। इस दौरान यह भी सुनिश्चित कर दिया गया कि 800 न्यूटन के चारों थ्रोटेबल थ्रस्टर्स पावर डिसेंट के समय किसी भी चुनौती का सामना कर सकें। लैंडर मॉड्यूल इस ऑर्बिट में 4 दिन तक चंद्रमा की परिक्रमा करता रहा ताकि इसके सभी सब सिस्टम को पावर डिसेंट से पहले कार्यात्मक रूप से वेरीफाई और वैलिडेट किया जा सके।